Alright everyone, should be coming through. So it looks like this is going to be our first game. I'm going to get the bracket and I'm going to plug, wait a minute, I'm going to plug the donations. There we go. So we've got 8 contenders for the winter tournament. This is the first of the season of tournaments because we switched format to every 3 months. So we're going to have 4 tournaments a year, 1 for every season. This is the winter tournament for 2022. We have Sword and Jake. We have Canadian Jake. We have Romanian Jake against Gigi. We have Kanu against Ranty. We have StupidBoi and Rebi. So we have 8 contenders. And we have a Swiss style bracket, and the prize pool currently sits at £59, so chip in and help boost the pool. As always, it gets divided according to a split of 50, 30, 20. Alright lads, ready whenever you are.
Yeah, well, we just started building our armies here.
Alright, good luck. What's the factions?
Thank you.
Otomo
Takeda
versus
versus
Takeda.
Otomo.
Alright.
Yeah, Jake is Otomo and I'm Takeda, and the map is going to be Tokai Valley.
Alright, good luck.
Yeah. Thank you.
So we have a first game starting in a minute. Sword is Otomo, Jake is Takeda, I think I heard. So these are 2 strong players. I was meant to be in this final 8, I think, but I got unlucky and I took too many risks, and yeah, that's the first time I haven't qualified. I don't think I played badly or anything, I think I just got really unlucky. It happens. The competition's quite good. Have a lot of solid players. Yeah, so I'm not actually featuring in this one. We go straight to casting games. And they're picking their armies, and the map is strange, Tokai Valley. I'm gonna get a graphic for all the maps. Tokai Valley, that's down here. So we've got a basin, and it's flanked by elevation. So they're going to be advancing through a valley, as it suggests. I don't think people pick this one very much. I'm going to look up Swiss style tournament. Fixed number of rounds, less than round robin. And here's the bracket again. So this is the first game, the 2 of the top seeds I think. One of them goes through to the semis, other one fights quarterfinals. So this is the opening round, first match. And we've loaded in. Sword is Takeda, I got it backwards, fuck. Yukino predicts a sword cunt victory. It's been a while since the last tournament, so I'm curious how the playstyles are going to change, if there's going to be any development in terms of the meta. Yet to see anyone really adopt the Oboke Gorge that I was doing. I've been playing against the meta the whole time, I think. I think the closest I got to being lined up with anything along the lines of meta is what I do with Oboke Gorge, but the Otomo guns, it's difficult to get that to work. I had a good game in the qualifiers for this tournament where I brought Otomo guns, and yeah, Jake's going Otomo but not really bringing many guns. I see tersos, so Jake's trying to make guns work, which is always good to see. A lot of people have sort of standardized their builds to have no guns recently in these tournaments. When these tournaments started last year, there were a lot of guns, but over time it's shifted away. I still try and feature them though. We have fire cavalry, monks, so there's going to be a cavalry fight up here in the trees, and we have monks going up to support. Jake's got his general moving up with it as well, which is interesting. It's a bit risky. Great Guard and Shizugatakis on the high ground. So they're taking positions on each side. Well, Sword is moving in towards the middle a bit more, but Jake's going for the high ground on this side. He might try and clear the cavalry. So he might try and win the cavalry fight, and then fight downhill towards the point. There's only 2 points, and they're both in the middle. Sword's been really aggressive with his cavalry. He's got some here, but he's also got a group going all the way over to the right, and all the way around. So he's going to try and pull this army apart, dismantle it. It'll be nice to see if it works, if he can make it work. And we have monks over here helping this cavalry. They've caught up. And we have some monks on the right as well, but they're not going to be able to help in time. Damage show, I can't read that. I just see Cat Total War referenced in Total War Cat. So you'll have to translate that into English and post that again. Hi to Ricardo. Yeah, I can't read Cyrillic. I wouldn't even be able to recognise the Russian words that I know if I was to have them presented in Cyrillic. Oh man, a little bit of a catch here on these fire cavalry by this Shizugatake. It's got 10 kills. So the Shizugatakis were sent to catch them, while the Great Guard moved to take the high ground. 25 kills. Not a good charge here, they just got caught. There's a lot going on, I think. So there's facing off here. Light cavalry hitting Nodashis. He's pulling out, so they're going to get gunned down as they retreat, but they're in trees, so they're not going to take as many losses as they should there. That should have been punished. So we've got fire cavalry above Great Guard. Didn't get a good charge, so it's kind of evened out because they're above them. Actually, this is going quite well for the fire cavalry. Just being above them helped a lot. Even though they fluffed the charge, lost the initial charge, they are going to come out on top. Where are the Shizugatakis? Are they all gone? I think they're all gone. So it looks like Jake wins this. The cavalry here has been scattered. Naginata monks are too late. Over here they've been forced to pull back. And I think Sword has all the dojos by now, as of a minute ago. So it seems like Jake's becoming surrounded. He has the high ground, he's got trees, so that's good, but all the dojos go to Sword, and Jake has to come off the hill and risk being surrounded while doing so. I can sort of read Cyrillic, but I forgot all the Russian words. Yeah. That reminds me of Muslims that would say they can read Arabic, they can read the Quran, but they don't understand it. Well, you can read the sounds, but don't know what it means. Cavalry clash breaking out here. Fire cavalry against Yari cavalry in the trees. Naginata monks gonna catch the cavalry here. Oh, that's good there. Guns are getting to fire. No dashes, have banzai'd. Yari Ashigaru move in to catch them, so that was good from Jake there. He got off volleys.
Treacherously meant to ambush us.
70 kills on this one. Got off the salvos and then pulled behind the Yari walls. So let's see how this goes. No dashes have lost half and only killed 70. So if this works, then Jake will have successfully weakened the Yari walls. I mean the no dashes after they get shot, they'll get chopped up by the Yari walls, if that works. But it looks like he's wavering here. The Naginata monks might have came in and fucked this up. Yep, broken here. And then Swords Yari walls come in, so he doesn't get to do anything with that even if it works. Balance of power is still quite even. Tersos are firing at the light cavalry, who went for the general. Over here we've got Great Guards and Shizukatakis. So the Shizukatakis made out alive, still 3/4, but they're getting chased by monks. They might get caught, he might forget about them and they might get caught. And it seems like Sword's gonna break through here. So the attempt to weaken didn't work. They got off their salvos, but it just wasn't enough. He's got 2 units of Tersos still here. Almost a full unit. And he's got no dashes coming back. Right, the Yari walls now are coming in. Remember, Sword has the Sword Dojo, so he's going to perform better in the melee. Jake's general's getting caught now. Terso's on the hill pulling back while the general's exposed. A little bit of cavalry left, but they're too far away. Yari cavalry here going for a charge. He might get to snipe the general here, so he's moving the general forward into the fight to avoid that, to avert that.
My lord, their general has fallen.
There goes Jake's general.
Cutting blow.
Even the Tersos are wavering at 100 men. Tersos remain up here steady while they get charged in the back of monks. These are going to rout, they're getting caught off Naginata monks. It's just cavalry that remains. That's all he's really got left. His Tersos are 2 of his strongest units and they're really represented on the balance of power. So it's just cavalry running around now, and he's got to take one of the dojos. Or both of them. But he's got nothing left. I think that may be it. He doesn't have anything that can deal with the Naginata monks or the Yari walls.
Our men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
Yari cavalry, Shizugatake, Grey Guard, all that remains. He's gonna try. Very aggressive of Sword to charge uphill. Yep, I thought that. Americans have the same problem too. From Audi. Oh man, Audi. Not heard from you in ages. Was wondering where you were. And what was going on with you. yeah, no wonder you commented that. Yeah, I remember I would have Muslims tell me that I have to read the Quran. So I'd read it, and then they would say, okay, you read it, and you still don't buy into Islam, so you have to read it in the original Arabic. And I would say, wait, do you know Arabic? Is that how you did it? And then they would say, no, I don't know Arabic, but I can read it. And I would say, then what the fuck's the point? Yeah, it's funny as shit. Yeah, a lot of bullshit there. Americans have the same problem too. Oh yeah, Jews can read the Torah, but they can read the Torah but can't understand it. Yeah. Are no dashi even worth it when you have Yari Samurai with charge? James Tiernan asks. Yeah, because...
The men are fatigued, my lord, and some must rest.
Especially in multiplayer, where the individual matchups become much more important. It's not like in single player where you can take your time. In multiplayer, tiny differences in performance of every unit in every situation becomes relevant and emphasized and exaggerated, amplified. For example, if a unit of Yaru Samurai is up against a unit of Nodashi Samurai in the charge, the Nodashi will slaughter on the charge and then win in the melee. And what will happen is you'll still have like 60 or 70 Nodashis left alive, at least, maybe even 75 or 80. And they will be able to stretch out into a long line and charge again and get another unit of Yaru Samurai. So the Nodashi will have been twice as cost effective in the same role.
The men are fatigued, my lord, and some must rest.
And that's what it comes down to in these RTT games where you buy units in order to win. Units have to get value out of their cost. It's all about buying cheap units and taking out more expensive units with them. Having units work together to achieve more than they could do individually. That kind of thing.
My lord, a glorious victory will soon be yours.
So Sword takes the first game in the first round. Total War has a big following in Russia. Russian translations of your videos would be quite successful. Yep, some of my videos have been translated into Russian. Total War Cat actually did that. That was mentioned earlier. Yep. He did that on some of my Total Decline episodes. Like the Ranged Combat one and the Player Freedom one. He actually wrote out the translations for those. I can't do that though because I don't speak Russian. You need someone that knows English and Russian to translate. Oh wow, those monks did well. 400 kills, 200, 200, and then down here, Tersos at the top. No Donderbus as the Otomo, which is really interesting. That's unusual. That's arguably the strongest unit that the Otomo have. I am around on YouTube, but your Discord doesn't like me, laugh my ass off. I don't know. Things change quite fast on Discord. Discord groups. There isn't anyone that doesn't like you there. Welcome back whenever you want. Whenever I see the stats, I see the monks and terraces at the top. Yeah. A big part of that is the cost. As I was saying, like you buy expensive units, they're going to definitely get a lot of kills, especially against cheap crap. I can translate from Russian. Well, YouTube had a really good program for a while where there was contributions that could be made by random spectators, but they removed that, so people can no longer just voluntarily caption videos and do translations. You have to actually do it from the uploader's end, using files with formats that are specific to how translations work. Like you see it if you torrent movies, you get .sub, I think. It's like that. Great to see Takeda dominating. Yeah. Takeda have always been strong. And Takeda gameplay always will involve the fire cavalry and involve charges and the flanks and rear. Aggressive. Takeda's aggressive. I just find Nodashi hard to use is all. I think it's about only taking fights if you know you're going to win them, and win them especially decisively. Because it's about more than one charge. Nodashis, they're not really usually worth it unless they get more than one charge. The first charge, and they'll almost break even usually, but the second charge is what they need to actually start to pay for themselves, go all the way. Because they're going to get 50 kills on each charge. Like, ideally, you would have one unit of Nodashi that just gets easy charges into all of the Yari Ashigaru of the enemy line over and over again, and would get like 500 or 600 kills. That's the most ideal, perfect fight they can get. But practically that's never going to happen. They're going to get like 1.5 charges on average. Yara Samurai don't work like no dashies, to be honest. Yeah. It's hard to make Yara Samurai work unless they're getting to catch cavalry a lot of times. Like if they catch Great Guard, they'll do well. Do you have a match scheduled too? Nah, I never made the finals. I played in the qualifiers and I got a bit unlucky and ended up outside the top 8. I think I barely missed out. Otherwise I'd be playing right now, I think, in the first round. But we've gone straight to Cassin, covering the matches of everyone else. That was an interesting fight though. I don't think people pick that map very much, the one that we just saw. What was it, Tokai Valley? And I don't think you would usually see fights where someone is allowed to take the high ground and fight down from it. Oi 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 oi. So we're going into game 2. So this is, I think, the top seeded game, and then in the other game it's Jake and Giggy, so the winner of that goes through to fight the loser of this one. And on the other side we have Kanu in the chat and Ranty, and then one StupidBoi and Rebi. I wonder how those are going at the moment. Is it legal to bring 4 Nadate, 4 Katana, and 8 Spear units more? There's a rule set. I should probably show the rule set. Where can I easily find the rule set? They're just setting up right now, so I can afford to look. Alright, here is the rule set, pretty much. 2 ranged cavalry, maximum 4 of the same unit, maximum 8 cavalry, maximum 8 spears. Funds is fixed, key buildings on, ultra unit size. Similar to this, almost identical to this. And they're playing winter maps, I've just realised, because we're in the winter tournament. So, always snow. This winter has lasted ages. Time to consume. Oh Dia, your comments on the Reddit have been really good recently. I was laughing at some of the stuff you were saying. You were right about everything. Yeah, good comments on the Reddit. Good videos too. It's that one about 3K. The UI. Yeah, man, it's terrible. It's weird how they can get things wrong that they had working fine here. Everything just worked fine and was good. Does your past finalist or winners compete in subsequent tournaments? What do you mean, Audi? What do you mean? Following any chance you could release behind the scenes matches as paid DLC? Oh yeah. A fucking final match expansion pack, yep. So we've got Mori against something. We'll have to see. Oh boy, look at these dojos. Looks like another sword win to me. Sword dojo. Oh yeah, morale dojo. So we've got sword over here. So he's gonna have the bow dojo naturally, but the morale dojo is the best dojo, so have to see. Really depends. I still don't know what faction Jake is. I should have been able to check in time. Out if you're asking, do people compete in a lot of tournaments? Like, does the tournaments have a lot of carryover from previous to next? Then yeah, we have had seeding, so the groups would have been seeded according to past results, and we have mods that do the calculations and the spreadsheets for all that. Jake says, come on, lad. Yep, we have Greg, who leads the modding for the tournament, and has done from the very beginning. We have Zoe, who helps out. We have Toby, who used to help out a lot. We have a few mods. Oh man, Hattori. Oh, so this is interesting. I didn't even realise all this thinking was going on. So we've got Jake using Hattori, and we have Sword using Mori. So they're both using ambush factions, but Jake is a full-on ambush faction with Hattori. So he has been out-ambushed. So Jake has the initiative here. He's picked the map, I think, maybe. Maybe he was the one that got to pick the map and picked Hattori. Yeah, I don't think you would pick Hattori unless you had map picking advantage. Right, so here's the situation. Yareshigarus and no dashes. So we've got aggressive no dashi placement protected by Yareshigaru. And then there's that there. And this is going to be a rush to not let this map slip away from him.
My lord, treacherously meant to ambush us.
Alright, aggressive cavalry running out to the left and the right, but this is light cavalry here, so it's deceptive. Sword doesn't have to go very cavalry heavy on the left to meet this light cavalry, but he does need a lot of cavalry here, so Jake might take this cavalry fight and try and break through. Sword is taking the charge. No, he's not. He's getting a little bit caught. He nearly made it out untouched. Only took a few horses there, a couple. There's all the casualties right there. On this side it hasn't broken out yet. So there's a lot of jostling for positioning. And the thing about the Hattori is that the more time goes on, the less likely you are to win. So Sword knows that he just has to survive. Because as the Hattori, you're at a disadvantage in terms of cost. It's all about using that initiative, the initial setup. So Jake has to, I think, do something quickly before the battlefield gets to naturalise, even itself out. Normalise, I should say. Yeah, Audi, we had Anne Lay win something like 4 tournaments in a row. And definitely a part of that was getting buys. So we had buys. So someone that finishes top, I think it's the top 3, didn't have to qualify for any next tournaments, and they got a seed that gave them an easier route to the final. So if you were to just play consistently well, you would have to play less. You would have less need to prove yourself. Yeah, I don't think it works quite as aggressively as that anymore, because we have a Swiss style tournament and we don't have monthly tournaments, so I think the importance of seeding is reduced. They're running away, but they're going to get caught a little bit. They made it out almost untouched. Wow. So they just banzaied. It's a bit of a waste of a banzai there, goddamn. Wacko Raiders getting charged now. Kisho Ninja will be interesting. Wacko Raiders are getting charged. Yareshigai are going to move into that, move through it. Kisho Ninja joining the fight. Naginata monks are probably going to have to commit to this as well. And the Nodashis are finally going to get their fight, but that's after their banzai's worn off. Kisho Ninja here, another one on the left side, is holding all this cavalry at bay. It was fighting a unit of monks. Didn't do enough damage though, didn't do enough. Naginata amongst in reserve, still haven't been committed. Going for a rear charge, but they're going to get sandwiched. Didn't really get a clean charge there, didn't get to hit much. Hit a unit of monks, so one rout them. Great Guard joining the fight. Yarishigaru has to get involved. And we have Swords Cavalry that made it all the way around. Going for the general.
Our men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
Yeah, they're going to catch the general. That's the light cavalry in front though. So the Yara cavalry are going to follow up. Yeah, this one's slipping away. That seems decisive. There's a lot of stuff here. Yeah, I took a big risk playing as the Hattori. Jake did, but didn't pay off. I like it though. Always like seeing people trying to make Hattori work. Sometimes it does. Yeah, I think...
Our men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
I think they just got dismantled there. You pay more for less as Hattori, and the initial setup wasn't used. So yeah, just got dismantled in the end. And the Kisho Ninja I think get caught as well. So that makes it even worse if they get caught. Yep, it's a lot left alive. I wonder how many kills Jake got. Who hosts this tournament and what is the prize? Check either the pinned comment or the description. I think both are on your screen at the moment. So that's 2-0 to Sword then, and that's the first game. So I think it's a best of 3, and it's been given to Sword at 2-0. So Jake just barely managed 1,000 kills, alright. Best of 3, and I think that's it. Let's see if there's any other games going on before we go on to round 2.
Let me post mine.
Hey, Sword!
Whoa, Sword, did you win?
Hey,
Yeah.
Sword, I fucked Yukino's plan.
That might be round 1 finished, concluded. So it looks like we've got 1-1 and hang on, I'm gonna get the bracket up. So it currently stands at 1-1 for StupidBoi v Rebi, 1-1. 1-1 in this game as well. 2-0 to Jake against Giggles. So Sword and Jake go through here. It's Jake against Jake. We have a Jake off, and then it's Sword against Sword against whoever wins this. Yeah, right. Figured out. So I think we're just waiting to go through to the next round. I'm gonna check.
Semi-finals.
So I play against Yukano now, and if you win, you go against Sword.
Is that round 1 concluded?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
that's round 1 concluded. We're just going into round 2, so I've just posted the bracket.
Alright.
Alright, one StupidBoi, I'll see you in the finals. You better get in there.
What the
You
fuck?
better get in there.
Are all the saves selected?
Sorry,
you gotta take on one
what's
of the
that,
Jakes
Colin?
there, actually.
Are all the,
Yeah.
are all the
Jake
replays
is
posted?
Alright.
The results posted?
Yeah, all the games
Okay,
there.
great, Jacob, yeah. Yeah, I posted mine.
Alright, that
Alright.
makes sense.
Just making sure they were all posted there. So the next game I think is going to be Sword against... No, it's going to be one of the round 2 games, so it's probably going to be the Jake-off that we're going to have to look at, so I'm going to try and get in there. And we have an updated bracket, yeah, so I'd have to sit figuring out. So there's the updated bracket. We're going to be looking at Jake the Ripper against Romanian Jake, Canadian Jake against Romanian Jake. Oh wait, so it's 2-0. It's not. There's not any 1-1s. It's 2-0s. All 2-0s. Yeah, I was looking at it wrong. Okay, I thought we had 1-1s in progress. Wow. Oh, Kanu beat Orendi. Alright, so Kanu goes through to play against Rebi from down there. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna get into the Jake-off. What's the name of the game lobby?
Lad on Lad Crimes. Password is 123.
Right. Yeah, we've had a few Jake-offs in this tournament so far. Another one coming up. But it's been a few months. In one of the starting tournaments, there was a competitor named Oro, I think. I still remember his name because I was really impressed by how he was playing. I wonder if he still plays in these tourneys. He has been in some of the tournaments after that. He's still on Discord, he still posts. I see his posts sometimes. But yeah, he's a good player. I think he had multiple second place placements, so he finished second in the first ever tournament, maybe. And then I think he might have finished second place again. He might have even had some third place finishes. Yeah. He was adapting quickly to the guns, like the builds that he was coming up against, where there were a lot of guns. And I covered those finals and uploaded it as a video. It's in the playlist for this tournament. I think it's one of maybe the first video uploaded in terms of the playlist for this tournament. 100 APM Chad Tourney. Yep, that was a really good finals. Some really unique games when people are standing off with guns, trying to take any advantage they can get with fire rockets out of trees that are hidden, stuff like that. Might be Ikoike against Mori then. Ikoike has fallen out of favour, I think. Used to see it a lot. I think Trips would bring that especially in previous tournaments, but haven't seen it in a while. Seems like things have shifted back to Takeda and Mori. But I think Jake had good results. Canadian Jake had good results with Ikoike. Especially if you get the dojos. And Mori's really strong as well, the Wacko Raiders and the initiative that they give people. Seems like we're starting. Nimizawa. DD said about 10 minutes ago, every day I find out another feature that got stripped, and if I don't cut it, I won't ever finish the vid, laugh pass off. Oh yeah, that video you're making about cut features. Yeah, I remember you posted about that on the Reddit, and I said I would help with that, and then Melkor was there as well, and he commented that he would help with it. That was interesting. Yeah, there's so much. There's so fucking much. And it's not just removing features, it's also removing essential features that define the franchise. So it's really... You could trim it down like that, removing definitive features. If you had to... the list became too long, you could trim it. Hi, Lehman Wheels, hi. Holy shit, Odie isn't dead. Yeah, it's been ages. Yeah, dude, I have to add stuff and post and the list gets longer. Oh man, in post, so you're actually almost done. I'll watch that. That'll be a good video. That'll be good. Because the... people talk about... you see this a lot with people who are really naive and are new to the franchise. They say it gets better and better because that's the narrative. They read other people saying it on Reddit and then they just parrot it and it just becomes accepted and unquestioned. But if you were to just actually compile a list of cut features and put it right in front of them once and for all, and had something that could just be linked as a conversation stopper to just end that nonsense. That's kind of what I was thinking with the list that I made on Reddit yesterday or the day before, of things that prove CA are just greedy and only act for the sake of profit. Because there's going to be conversations where people are going to say, oh, CA are nice, look at this nice thing they did. And then the other person can just link that and the conversation completely changes. The bullshit gets stopped in its tracks. So having a video that shows all the cut features like that, yeah,
Hidden units, my lord.
that's worth doing.
Treacherously meant to ambush us.
Matchlock monks taking bow cavalry fire. Even guns, look at these guns. Look at how these guns get used. See this terrain here? See, while Jake is positioning these guns, he is aware of this indentation and this bump here. He's fully aware of it. It's gonna annoy him. He has to consider that terrain. Likewise with the cavalry running in front here. He runs this cavalry in front of these guns knowing full well that these guys are probably not going to be able to shoot because this cavalry's on the way. And Jake, on the other side, is positioning his cavalry here more aggressively than he normally would because those cavalry were running in the way. See how it affects the decision making at every level, non-stop. And this building here, he is hiding these units behind this building. He is permitted to care less about these guns because of this building, because the guns work the way they do. Even this tiny wall is going to affect how well the guns can shoot. See the bullets? So there's a definitive feature of Total War that has just undeniably been gutted out the game, removed from the game. Something approaching guns in terms of how recognisable they are as guns, because it's just not there anymore. Last time you had it was here, and Fall of the Samurai. These are behaving like guns. See, these ones couldn't shoot. The smoke it stops here, the smoke. That's where the smoke happened, because that's where they could fire. None of these could shoot, because the hill there blocked them. And needless to say, only the ones in the front line can actually shoot. Looks like the fight's about to break out now though. The skirmishing phase is over. Interesting skirmishing that happens with guns compared to bows. It's completely different. Completely different. Yeah, the Wacko Raiders are committing in force on the left here, trying to break through all the Yareshigaru monks. Oh man, Canadian Jake got the Morale Dojo and the Archery Dojo. Oh, he's committing cavalry here. Oh man, this is a desperate fight here. He's been hit really hard on his right side. That's a lot of stuff committing to break through. He's trying to achieve a breakthrough over here while he just holds the eco-wiki at bay on the left here. Guns are going to do well. Guns are positioned quite far back and have good shots. Coming up for 100 kills on this unit. Yeah, also the way that guns get their kills really suddenly and decisively. In order for a gun unit to get kills, men at the front line have to have line of sight, they have to take aim, shoot.
Our general is in grave danger, my lord!
There's a lot of things that have to go right. It's not DPS that gets applied over time. It's really systemic and decisive and abrupt. It either happens or it doesn't, pretty much. It's a really punishing way to play the game, to use guns. You can get no kills or 200 kills depending on a few minute variables that affect what the unit's able to do. Depends entirely on the context. This fight is still going on here, man, and Jake's still not committed. His cavalry here, Yara cavalry, Great Guard, almost untouched. It seems like Jake's masses of eco-wiki have withstood this really aggressive push that Jake made on the left here. In fact, Jake's general might be at risk of getting caught now. Yara cavalry and Great Guard are going to be committed now, maybe. Naginata Warrior Monk cavalry are getting charged. Bow cavalry are still dealing damage. But over here we have
Our men are running from the battlefield.
Romanian Jake, pushing through this unit of guns, which is all that's in the way of the general. Jake's dismounted. I keep saying Jake. Romanian Jake's dismounted. I mean, he's got an outstanding fight and he's running away without any mount. He's just running away on foot. And he's getting caught by the Naginata Monk cavalry. Other generals being caught, Canadian Jake's generals being caught as well in the melee by Naginata Monks. But they're getting charged in the rear, so units turning around to deal with them while one presses on and tries to get through. And then we have cavalry going for an attempt on the flank. And this unit of fucking matchlock monks is still in the fight, getting in the way. My god. I think Canadian Jake's done enough here, holy shit. He's still got Lone Swords, he's still got Yarashigami monks. I don't know how, but I expected that they would break from this side and they would lose that way. But he held out, so we reinforced just well enough the whole time. And there's no... Oh wait, there is an archery dojo, and they're standing in it. Oh man, that might be it. Yep, there's an archery dojo that you could easily forget about and write off, and they've been reloading this whole time, and they're going to get 200 kills each. Holy shit, they're going to get 200 kills each, at least, and this is going to drag on. Oh man, Canadian Jake hasn't got any cavalry to deal with this. So, Romanian Jake has Great Guard, he's got Yarashigaru, he's got a lot of pieces of cavalry, he's pulling this one out to keep it alive. There's matchlock monks here. So all Canadian Jake has at the moment is some infantry and a unit of matchlock monks that can get easily whittled down by bow cavalry. In fact, he should be going for them right now. That's the only unit there that's distinct, differentiated from the rest. Oh, he's getting it with the Yara cavalry then, okay.
Our men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
Oh man. Oh man, I'm just catching up on the bullshit in the chat. Yeah, see if people start talking about player numbers to defend their game, that means that they have nothing. Because you can easily shit on their game back and say, alright, well Fortnite has X players, so your game is shit too. If people don't even want to talk about the gameplay and the games themselves and are just going to talk about sales and player numbers, they don't have a leg to stand on. That's why I would never do that. I would never defend a game by talking about how many people play it, because I realise at this point that it's actually a point against a game if it has a lot of people playing it. If you look at all of the most played games, they're all not games that you play for the gameplay. Told you the game was over once they brought the bow calves. Yeah. There's not really a good way to deal with bow cavalry as the Ikuike, because your cavalry is kind of slow. Light cavalry is the only one that can catch it. The bow cavalry didn't even get the most kills, but they got enough. Yeah, think about it this way. You don't even have to look outside of Total War to see the number of players played argument is just completely bogus, fucking worthless bunk. Because Rome 2 had the highest concurrent players ever, and it achieved it with the most broken, worthless build of a Total War game ever available with Rome 2 on launch. There has never been a Total War build of a game released to the public less worth fucking playing than Rome 2 on launch, and it had 118,000 I think it was, 118,000 people playing it, even though it was a completely worthless game that had the height advantage reversed. You have an elitist attitude and a closed mind. That doesn't make any sense though, because I can encompass the situation and I can accurately describe what's going on. I just properly frame the situation because my mind is open enough to actually conceive of everything. So it's completely backwards, it's just projection right there. What's the... Wait. Yeah, I'm clicking the wrong button. Yeah, if I had a closed mind, I would be stuck playing games that are garbage when they're better ones, but that's the other side. By the way, Shogun 2, capture an archer dojo lets you reload ammo of units which are in its sphere of influence. Warhammer, occupying a point of interest gives your whole army a random buff to damage. Yes, guys, it's really situational. It's a closed mind so the brain doesn't fall out. Yeah, I like that one. It's one thing to be open-minded, it's another thing to be so open-minded that your fucking brain just falls out. Warhammer 2 MP is actually great. Doesn't even have guns in it. It doesn't even have guns. It's an arcade game. It's like a cartoon. And do you know how you can get someone that advocates Warhammer 2 multiplayer to admit that Warhammer 2 multiplayer is shit? All you have to do is ask them, is 3K multiplayer good? Is Troy multiplayer good? And they'll be like, nah, it's shit. It's exactly the same, but they contradict themselves. They'll happily contradict themselves to defend one. So you don't even have to make your own arguments, you can just use their own arguments against them. Don't the funny little rat men have guns? Nah. They are, like all the other ranged units in the game, they apply DPS over time, and there isn't anything about them that's systemic. I think they just shoot a low velocity green or yellow or orange laser, I can't remember which one it is, and it's like 15 damage per laser, but it has a DPS of, I don't know, it's like you need 100 of those lasers to hit a model for something to die. It's like that, pretty much. Like, see in this game, when guns fire at something, they die if it hits them. and actually a hit, they'll die. Whereas in Warhammer, it's damage that gets applied to a health bar, a health pool. Agony Duck joined CA to balance Warhammer 2. He is an old Total War player from the days of Shogun Total War 1. I don't know what you would even balance though, because it's not, it doesn't really work like any other real-time tactics or real-time strategy game. It's just a mess. There's magic spells that you click to delete units. Terrain doesn't really matter. The way all the hit points and everything gets calculated is weird. I don't really see a point. We've got Jake as Otomo again. So this is the second time he's playing as Otomo, but he's doing it on fucking Oboke Gorge. Probably my favourite map. So I think this might be Romanian Jake's map pick. So he might be trying to do Oda or Chosakabe. I don't know if he would pick this map in order to play as Otomo. Let's see if he's got anything that fits with that. Yeah, what's the point? What's the point in trying to balance a multiplayer for a game where there doesn't really exist a multiplayer? It just doesn't make sense. They've completely abandoned multiplayer after Shogun 2. This was the game where they actually had one, and balancing could have made a difference, but in the case of Warhammer 2, no one buys the game for the multiplayer, so there wouldn't exist any financial incentive for them to hire people to work specifically on the multiplayer. It's not there really. It would make way more sense for them, and this is exactly what they've done, for them to just hire more people to do more cinematic trailers for more monsters that run around. That's how they get return on their investment. It's not by hiring people to have multiplayer. Warhammer 2 has a very active multiplayer, and that doesn't. Something like 2 or 3% of people have ever played it. It's not active at all. It's just not true. It's a meaningless claim. Yeah, we've got Takeda with Bow Warrior Monks. Bow Warrior Monks going onto the points that overlook. See how important terrain is here? I would challenge you to find a Warhammer 2 battle that unfolds like this one is about to, where you have actual impassable points with bows overlooking, with no dashes in the trees protecting them. There might even be spears in the trees here. It's a possibility. I can't discount that there is. Firing down across a river, over an obstacle, and because it's blocking them they have to fire a plunging arc, which is shitty, but sort of works. Canadian Jake is going for the shrine. No bows in the middle. Oh wait, bow cavalry. So he's going to try and dislodge them with bow cavalry, and that's a good way to deal with no dashes. Bow warrior monks on this side too. No dashi right behind. No dashes. Yarishiga right behind. No dashes going out in front to capture. And yeah, there were spears in the trees to protect them. So if this was Warhammer, all you would have to do is click a magic spell and delete the unit, and all the tactics that would have happened as a result of this bow warrior monk unit occupying this high ground would be made irrelevant. But because this is an actual real-time tactics game, and not one pretending to be one, we're allowed to have the tactics occur and unfold, and it's interesting to see how these players have to think their way through this. You don't have magic spells that just shortcut every problem that players have to face. It's an actual tactics game. Just like every other tactics game that there is, you don't have random bullshit that interferes all the time. It turns it into an arcade game, a clickfest. Surface level, first order thinking only. It's not like that at all. This bow unit is going to be a thorn in Canadian Jake's side for the whole fight. and he's already irritated at this, and he's going to have to problem solve and deal with this. So, if that's the last comment I'm going to hear from you, then so be it, but I said it. I explained it. Over here we've got Fire Cavalry and Great Guard fighting downhill against Light Cavalry and Shizukatakis. I think Romanian Jake's going to win this, maybe. Terso's charging up the hill into the Nodashis. And this is interesting because guns can do damage uphill. That's what makes them unique. That's one of the things that make them unique.
Shameful display!
Guns don't really suffer from having to fire uphill, but infantry do. So if you're going to attack an uphill position, there's a reason to lead with guns to try and bring them down, and then you can charge in. But the way Warhammer works, I think how it would be is the guns don't actually work like guns and fire bullets. They are a projectile like all the other projectiles, in the sense that you have numbers that get applied to them when they shouldn't be. So you would have something like 66% applied to the damage or the accuracy while you're firing uphill at the greatest possible angle penalty, and then that would affect the health of the individual models differently, and it would mean guys suddenly are not being killed by bullets when they should be, and that would change how the fight works in a way that doesn't make sense. But in this game, it makes sense, and it's a way that guns are distinct, that they intuitively should be instinct. It's consistent and sensible, and it rewards players with intuition. So it's just unsatisfying in general. I might be wrong, I'm speculating there, but based on my understanding of how it works, that's how it would work when guns fire uphill in Warhammer. They would be punished like the bows are punished, and the way bows are punished is shit as well. So, and yeah, look at that, they've only lost 30. I think they've been fired up into by guns that somehow got line of sight with them, as difficult as that would have been here. If this was Warhammer, it would have been easy for the guns to get line of sight and fire at them, because they would have just fired at 100 meters a second over whatever terrain or obstacle was a problem. But because they fire at like 300 or 400 meters a second in this game, and only the front rank can do it, he would have had to have patiently gained frontage over here.
Our men are running from
It would have taken time and been risky,
Shameful display!
and that would have been... Yep, that's what I expect, because all the casualties are here, so it's in a small area. So he probably managed to get Matchlock Samurai to fire up into them and keep them at bay, stop them from doing as much damage. So that was good there from Canadian Jake to actually achieve that, because you need to get way inside their range to do that. Matchlock Samurai are getting caught now though. Yeah, it seems like Romanian Jake's pushing through here. Just a unit on Nodashi and Matchlock Ashigaru. They're going to get caught, ran down by the bow cavalry. Oh yeah, cavalry work in this game as well. Like, you can charge cavalry into skirmishers and have morale do the work for you. Oh, but they're firing. Some of them got set up and they're firing, and it's decisive. But they're getting rear charged as well.
Men are running from the battlefield! Shameful display!
Man, this is a really fractured fight. He's trying to get behind with the cavalry here, Great Guard and Yara Cavalry. Fire Cavalry racing down the hill. Nodashis are about to rout. I saw them firing up there. Firing into Nodashis into the back of them. Look at that smoke. Yeah, let's not have smoke on our guns anymore.
Our men are running from the battlefield! Shameful display!
Yeah, they're gonna be shattered in a second. Getting completely run down. Bow Warrior Monks are at the front here. He's done well here. Romanian Jake's done really well to make sure that these Bow Monks get to fire. This one's mostly still alive as well, nearly 200 kills. Yep, I don't know which way this is going to go. This is a really protracted, gritty fight for both players. It seems like Canadian Jake is going to be fighting from here. He's lost the Sword Dojo. Morale Dojo is neutral. And Jake has the farmhouse. And these are going to get routed by the bow monks, maybe, especially if they whistle an arrow. Oh, they have already. They might rout. That's funny.
Our men are running from
Yeah, they're
the
going to get bullied,
battlefield.
isolated,
Shame
cut off.
for display.
Can use whistling arrows on them and then charge them. They're going to get caught. He's got to run them away. They're getting caught. I don't think he's noticed, he's busy. He just got them caught out. They haven't lost many yet, but they're caught. He's going to have to run them out. Yep, so Canadian Jake has been pushed back. He's got to just hold the hill now and try and think of what to do here. He might have slipped away from him this one. He's got some matchlocks, a little bit of cavalry, a full unit of terraces, 2 full units of terraces. Oh man.
Our men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
Balance of power here is against Canadian Jake, I think, and that's despite having terraces on the field, which the balance of power likes to really overstate the importance of. Yeah, they routed, they're bugged now. They're stuck on the spot, bugged after routing. What is Romanian Jake planning? I think he's just using the bows at the moment. He's trying to micromanage the bows. Yeah, he's firing into the no dashes. He's going to just try and get rid of the no dashes, then get his bows involved to deal with the terraces and win with skirmishing. I think that's all he has to do at the moment. He's taking the morale dojo as well. He's going to have all the dojos, and then Canadian Jake is going to have to come down off the hill. He's going to have to, be obligated to.
Our general is in grave danger, my lord.
Good volley here into bow monks as well. So this is really good. That's Matchlock Ashigaru into bow monks. And that's a unit of bow monks in a second, losing a big chunk of its value. It all happens in a second. What can be more dramatic than that? Or undramatic than the lack of that? Yeah, this is it. Romanian Jake's pushing up the hill into him. Tersos are getting to fire down. They're going to do a lot of damage when they do that though. Bow monks, I think they were going to try and shoot at the Tersos. Tersos here are getting to fire too. Oh man, this is a bad fight. See, the longer these Tersos get to fire like this, they do so much damage because they're so good at doing this. He needs to charge everything. This is really slow. He might just let this fight slip away from him at this rate, fighting like this. I don't know if Romanian Jake's underestimated the difficulty of fighting uphill in this game, because that was a bit risky doing this. And we have, did this unit come back? Did they rally? Like, what is going on there? I don't know if Romanian Jake is just playing with Canadian Jake at the moment, letting him think that he might get somewhere doing this, but These Tersos have been allowed to shoot a lot. 300 kills on this unit of Tersos. This one, oh, it's the end of the fight for this one though. And that Yareshigaru got rear charged while Nodashi's pin it from the front. Romanian Jake's general's about to rout. If he routs, he did rout. Oh man. Man. This feels closer than it should be. Oh my god. No way. No. What the fuck? What the fuck? Does Romanian Jake have a plan here, or is he playing Russian roulette for fun at the moment? What the fuck? Bowmonks in the melee with Matchlock Ashigaru. I've seen him play like this before though, Romanian Jake. He has taken a lot of risks in the past. And won anyway. Oh my god. Canadian Jake is gonna win this. Canadian Jake's gonna win. Oh my god, no way. No way, you had all the dojos. You had all the dojos. Oh my god. See Oboke Gorge fighting uphill, my god. This is what can happen on a Bokeh Gorge.
Fatigued, my lord, and some must rest.
I will say it's not the first time I've seen someone actually taking a fight on a Bokeh Gorge where you charge uphill thinking that you've got the fight and then it all goes wrong. If that is what has happened here, then it won't be the first time. I've seen it happen before. I've done it to people. It's the way that I win a lot of my fights on a Bokeh Gorge. It's why I pick a Bokeh Gorge, because people underestimate how punishing it is to fight up hills in this game. I don't know if it's because of Total War games after this that just give people a false sense of security and numbers, safety and numbers, but this is a good example of the terrain making all the fucking difference. When do you see this in games after Shogun 2? Yeah, this fucking sword dojo, I was thinking that. Holy shit, he had the sword dojo. Wow. What happened here? What the fuck? Let's half his army die fighting uphill to make it fair. Oh man. I'll have to ask what happened there. I'm not gonna do it right now, but that is... Man. Volunteer, the best Total War YouTuber. IRL, I love you. Please keep pooping Rome 2. I love it. Thanks for the comment. I think I know what you mean. Man, that's 1-1 now. 400 kills on the Tersos, 300 kills. What the fuck? I suspect that maybe Romanian Jake just likes this game so much that he wants another battle against Canadian Jake. He doesn't want to win 2-0, he wants to win 2-1. He just likes this game so much and he likes being in this tournament so much that he doesn't like winning 2-0, he wants 2-1. What a long grinding fight. Roma Jake might win this, I think. And yeah, I glanced this one. I don't think it's really that dramatic with projectiles and Warhammer. They do less damage, but I don't know the specifics. You can calculate it. It's all done by formulas. It's all numbers and formulas. You can calculate the amount of damage that a projectile will do against another unit. It's always a range. Like, if... There's standard damage, then there's armor piercing damage, and then that gets factored into the amount of damage that gets dealt by checking against defense values, like armor or melee defense, and then that gives a range, and then that range either is always under the single model hit point total, or it isn't. There are going to be situations in Warhammer where a bullet to the head just can never kill something. Like, there's going to be situations where a gun unit can never one-shot kill a man in another unit. It can never happen. Where it'll always take more than one shot. So the most obvious example of that kind of shitty implementation of damage models was Rome 2, where you would see the first 10 volleys of archers into a testudo doing nothing, but then volley number 11 will kill 5 guys, volley number 12 will kill 10 guys, and then every other volley will kill 10 guys. Game sucks. And that's why you have a really ridiculous meta in Rome 2, where people are trying to get precursors fired off, every single precursor they can fired off, before ever even committing to the melee. And then they commit to the melee by enveloping units. It's just, it reduces the gameplay to a weird, contrived force multiplier outnumbering sequence, as opposed to being anything involving actual tactics or gameplay. It's a really receded kind of game. Like, the possibilities are just tiny, and it's uninteresting to play or to even think about or talk about. Well, that's true for every Total War. Nah. It's precluded that that's true for every Total War when no Total War game until Rome 2 worked like that. It's not possible. Completely precluded. Impossible. Rome 2's launch height advantage was fine. You idiots didn't read the fine print telling you to invert the game window. Yeah. flip your GPU's output vertically, just flip it, yeah. Also, if your unit has shields in Warhammer, it blocks 5% of all projectiles, even bullets. It's daft. Yeah, the way that things work, I like to think that when they began introducing all these stats, that they thought it would afford more precision. Like, instead of having melee attack, like in Rome 1, melee attack would be on a scale that goes from like 1 to 15 or 1 to 20. Like with Spartan Hoplites, it's what, 16 melee attack or something. But when you make it more discrete, like you have on a range that goes from 0 to 100, it can be more precise. And then if you have more stats, then there can be more kinds of interactions. And then it can multiplicatively just explode on all these possibilities. But the reality is that these games have never been more shallow, because the way they implement this shit just doesn't work. No one ever thinks about how they're going to engage units in terms of, alright, I've got 76 armor, so that means that there's a 85% chance that I won't get killed in one shot when I get hit by an attack that I don't evade off this unit of pikes or halberdiers. No one ever thinks that. That's just not how people don't have calculators in their brains that lets them think about games that way. Instead, what it just comes down to is bullshit numbers everywhere. Takeda v Choskabe on rice fields. Alright, so this is the game 3, the final match of the second round of the Jacob. Choskabe against Takeda. And picked rice fields. I don't know who would have done that. Choskabe on rice fields I don't think is good, because as you saw, Choskabe I think are better when there's more complicated terrain, so I think it would have been Takeda that picked rice fields in response to Choskabe. So I think Romanian Jake got to pick the map and picked rice fields after he saw that Jake went Choskabe, but I'm not sure. Also, you get absurd consequences when you have that kind of number approach. Like, you can never be able to kill a unit in one hit, but it can take 1.01 hits to kill it. At least. So that means that, and that's all the difference. The difference between one attack and two attacks is double, but the difference between 1 and 1.01 is 1%. So it takes twice the amount of attacks due to a 1% difference in ability to withstand attacks. So you get absurd stuff like that. So I don't think it's worked for them all. And Rome 2 was the most shoddy first draft that you saw attempt at it, and it was just a mess. And they've just been patching up ever since. Even they admitted that it was a failure with how they changed it completely. And they added in, what do you call it, critical hits and Thrones of Britannia. I think that was desperation, because they knew the system was fucked. Like, they realised the problems. You don't add in something like critical hits, which totally contradicts the system that they went with originally. Unless you realise the system has big problems. Yeah. So, critical hits is them admitting it in Thrones of Britannia. What's the prize pool at? Yep, I should check. I should check the prize pool after this. So this is really aggressive here by Romanian Jake. He's got cavalry going around both sides. The bows are not going to get to do much. Do we even have bows? Yeah, Daikyu's... This one's exposed, one on each side. Oh man, yeah, Reshiga are about to fold in the centre. This one, no, light cavalry just broke on the flank there. Yeah, he's just powering through here. And he's got a really aggressive flank happening at the back here. Cavalry coming in from everywhere. Oh, I don't know how you survive this. This is a really aggressive development.
I
don't know what you do about this.
Grave danger, my lord.
Even the matchlock samurai are getting caught here. He has some mass on the flank here, but he's getting completely overran on this side, and in the centre he's just broken. His centre's collapsed. He's got matchlock samurai wavering at 118 out of 120. Yeah, that's the chain route. Oh, they fired though, they got off a volley. A salvo of like 50 kills there, I think. Yeah, the bows got to do nothing. It's so hard to get bows to do anything on a map like this. Yeah. Brutal. £74, alright. So we have had donations, so I'll have to read them out. General is shaken. He's still alive, he's the last unit in the middle. No Dashi core is about to rout.
Our men are running
Yeah.
from the battlefield. Shameful display.
Man. That was really decisive, fucking hell. That's 2-1 to Romanian Jake. And I think he is the reigning champion, am I right? That Romanian Jake won the last tournament in December. Canadian Jake got done in. Yeah. Alright, that was a good tie though between the Jakes. Good Jake off as always. Oh wait. Yep, 843, so Canadian Jake did less than 100, less than 1,000 kills. That's when you know it's decisive. Yep. So that is the first tie at least of the second round. Rip Canadian Jake. Romanian Jake won the last tournament. Yeah. Alright. Alright, let's check out the prize pool. Hang on, I've got the browser bugging out. Alright, so we currently stand at... Fuck. Currently stand at £74. So we've got a £5 donation from... Is that Giles or... Kinda looks Spanish. And a £10 from Yuha Ruskanen. And we're at £74 for the prize pool. And it gets split 50, 30, 20. Let's see if there's another game going on. Don't think so.
Oh shit, I can kill him.
A gang wait pass with Koku.
GG's. Is that the end of round 2?
GG.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright.
We're just setting up for the next round.
Yeah.
Alright.
This one's best of 5.
Okay, the
Oh.
BDM few in the finals.
Alright, so we've got 2-1 for the Jacob and 2-0 for Rebi against Kanu. So we've got Sword against Rebi, because Rebi did well on the other side of the bracket, and he's up against Sword. And then we've got Jake against one StupidBoi. Which one do we go with? Oh shit, which one do we go with? I don't know what to do. Alright, which one do you want? Which one should we cover? Like Giles? Alright, yep. Giles, double Giles. Remember to show Manolo when you check the fundraiser. Manolo? Like Manny? It's a British name, lad. I've never heard that. I am in Britain. I'm in Scotland. I've never heard that. Sword cunt? Alright, we've got 2 votes for Sword. So we've got Sword against Rebi coming up, I think. Alright, let's do it then. Sword. Alright, we're doing Sword against Rebi then. Rebi is Polish, Sword is represent. Who does he represent? Because I know his nationalities. He represents Ireland, yeah, of course. Look at the messages. Alright, alright. Hang on. I donate because Manolo told me to. What do you mean, Manolo? Manolo, shoot that piece of shit. Shoot that pizza chip. Alright, I'm gonna get into the right game room.
What's up?
What's the factions you're picking?
We're not picked yet.
Not yet, not yet.
Yeah.
Alright.
Still going through the thing.
Alright, I'll figure it out. Good luck.
Alright. Thank you.
Thanks.
I don't know if we've seen Rebi playing yet, but we all know Sword. Yeah, was that a GIF? I'm gonna scroll up and see if I missed any comments. Warhammer 3 at least is cutting down a lot on the monsters and magic bullshit. What basis would you have to say that? Because all the marketing indicates otherwise, and if the game reflects the marketing, which it has to, then that wouldn't be the case. For reference, handgunner using an arquebus style gun deals 19 damage. A standard soldier for humans has between 69 and 76 hit points. Shields also deflect bullets. That's an interesting word you've used there, deflect. Because what'll actually happen is that completely randomly it'll negate bullets. It won't involve anything except a random number generator. There's no way to use the fact that shields deflect bullets other than to have shielded units be fired upon. It's not like, to use an example that's really that's just really familiar at the moment, it's not like in Men of War where you can angle armor that's thin to make it thicker, and of course the point of armor is that it defeats projectiles. So it's not like you have a shield, you use the unit in a way that gives the shield more to do. You can't really avail of the shield. The shield is just there, passively doing what it's RNG'd to do. Just thought that was interesting, because obviously deflect has implications. It's like a loaded word. But yeah, the 19 damage, that shows that on that basis alone, it would take up to 4 shots, between 3 and 4 hits to kill someone, which shows that it's indecisive. I watched Scarface like 2 hours ago, weird. I know the whole script, I know every line in Scarface. Well, if you say any line in Scarface, I can say the next line perfectly, down to the exact word. Are you gonna watch replays or only spectate? Only spectate matches as well as I can all the way through. Men of War is easy, just use tactical stack hound strikes into the enemy base and they rage quit. The fuck? My game just crashed. And it was a weird crash. Rare. Very rare. You can't even park the unit in front of another unit to soak up those bullets. Kick. Yeah, so... You think Omar was a stoolie because Sosa says so? You bought that line. Maybe I made a mistake sending you down there. Maybe you and Omar know something I don't know. How's that? You calling me a liar, Frank? Is that what you're calling me? Whoops. You can't even park the unit in front of another unit to soak up his bullets. Yeah, I was thinking there. I was thinking that you could stretch out a unit as wide as it can go, and then put another stretched unit behind it, and then you would use the shields of the unit in front to protect the men behind. You sort of see that in this game with Bulletproof Samurai. Like, you can actually kind of screen with Bulletproof Samurai. Nice one, aced it. Told you. That was a bit of a more difficult one though, because it's more conversational and there's more offhanded lines. Yeah. Men of War is easy. Just use tactical stack hound strikes into enemy base and the rage quit. Yeah, hopefully I didn't hold them back there. What's the prize pool at? I'll check, I'll tab out in it when we're in the deployment screen. Forgot to check the factions. But Skolsky, why did you say you can't park the unit in front of another one to soak up the bullets? What is it that stops that from working? Alright, we've got Sword as Takeda. Alright, let's check the prize pool. Prize pool sits at 90. Oh man, someone donated and brought it up to 90. Someone donated anonymously. So we're at 90, nearly at 100. What the fuck is that? Oh man. Yeah, we're at £90, almost at 100. Just had to check something. Yeah, prize pool stands at 90. Fire cavalry, light cavalry, fire cavalry. Sean says, I gave you 16, should be 100. What the fuck? It's at 90, I think. And Warhammer the collateral was totally neutered, and bullets fly over the unit in front. I'm trying to think what you mean there. Collateral was totally neutered. No way, are you telling me that guns and Warhammer can only apply damage to the unit that they're actively targeting? They can only deal damage to one unit at a time, there's no collateral damage? No fucking way. That would be embarrassing as fuck. That would be shockingly bad. That would be arcade bullshit. No way, no way. Please just confirm or confirm everyone else. That is fucking no way, man. That would be fucked. What's your keyboard? Sounds good. It is a Razer Huntsman. My first mechanical keyboard, and I get the quiet switches that I could, and then I put O-rings underneath the IJKL keys that I use for this to make them quieter, because if I go over to, for example, TFGH, it's louder. So you can use O-rings to dampen sound on mechanical keyboards, if you don't know. Like what you use for rubber seals on pipes, O-rings, like that. Small O-rings. There has to be collateral, remember friendly fire and hitting other units with dwarven gunners. Yeah. I wouldn't write off Total War eventually doing that. But the idea that currently Warhammer doesn't have collateral damage from guns just sounds far-fetched. It's too much. Collateral does happen, but for some reason it's incredibly nerfed. What you mean, so it's like they do a reduction of damage of like 70 or 75%, something like that? Something like that? Is that true? Because that would be really casual and arcadey as well. Alright, we've got Date first, featuring of Date so far in tournament. Any bulletproofs? Bulletproof Samurai?
Hidden units,
Don't
my
think
lord.
so.
Treacherously meant to ambush us.
Rebi's good though, I played against him in the qualifiers, and he did well against me. I think he won 2-1 against me when I was bringing a Bokeh Gorge. I think he might even have gotten a win against him in a Bokeh Gorge because I didn't play it properly, if I'm thinking about the right player. Call that smoke. So he isn't a pushover at all. He's made it this far. So let's see how he does against Sword, who has started winning tournaments. Look at that Naginata Monk charge against those Matchlock Ashigaru. Quarter of the unit dead in seconds. No Dashi are charging downhill. Yara Ashigaru are going to try and get involved before it's too late. No stand and fight from either player yet. Naginata Monk's taking fire from Matchlock Ashigaru. Then these monks are going to come in. He's got to pull them back now.
Our men are running
Swords monks
from
are broken
the
here.
battlefield. Shameful display.
All this cavalry's pinned by one unit of Yara cavalry, so maybe Rebi can do something with this. There's a lot that's been kept out of the fight. Alright, now they can get involved. Yep, these guns here are going to beat these monks. Yep. So we've got monks making it on both sides. This unit of monks is going to beat Sword's unit here as well. So we're going to have a free unit of monks on both sides to hit the flanks eventually. So let's see how this goes. And Rebi's pushing through with Yaru walls. It's still quite even, I don't know.
Our men are
They need to run
running
though.
from the battlefield.
Get in there.
Shameful display.
They need to get in there. The sooner they get in there, the better. And yeah, this unit is going to destroy that one. See how that unit of Matchlock Ashigaru tips the fight so much?
Grave danger, my lord.
I don't know, Sword is going to pull through now. He's pulling through, yeah he is, he's pulling through. That's light cavalry running straight through. And that Great Guard is about to rout. It's nearly dead, and it's going to rout. It's going for the general. Holy shit, a pull through to get the general. And the general being so far back actually made the pull through work better because they could get into the open, be free, not entangled, and then charge. Oh, a lot of banners suddenly flashing.
Running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
I think that was Rebi's general that just died right there. And then they all just started wavering suddenly. Yeah, that's gotta be it. A unit Yara cavalry here, though. Monks are finally getting involved, but it might be too late. I don't know. There's a lot of Yara walls still alive. He's got 2 full units here, pretty much. And then he's got most of an Odashi there. Yara Shigaru in the fight here.
From the battlefield.
He might rout these, yep. Naginata Monk's routing. Nodashi routing. And the general's gonna get caught. Oh, he might have this. Rebi might have this one. Cavalry being kept out of play by the monks that can catch them. 2 Yaruwals are getting into the fight now. Cavalry might get a
Our
devastating
general has
charge.
been injured, my lord.
Yep, that Sword's
He
general
lives,
dead.
but must leave the battle.
Both generals now dead. The rear charge comes in. It's not enough. They're staying confident. Yaruwals holding firm. Full unit of monks there that's going to be a pain in the ass to deal with no matter what. Sword only has some units of cavalry and a Yari Ashigaru. Yeah, that's it. I think Rebi's got this when he takes the first game. That was well played. So it all happened here, and I think the high ground might have been the difference.
Our men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
Yep, that was close. Oi 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 oi. Man. I have played Warhammer 2 for a lot and never noticed friendly fire. It has to be incredibly nerfed. Yep, it's a joke. You can shoot in the middle of melee where you should logically deal more damage to your men than the enemy and end with 10 casualties. Alright then. I didn't realise it was that casual and... It's like a loss aversion thing then. They're pandering to loss aversion. People are more scared of killing their own than they are of having theirs being killed. It stings noobs a lot to find out they're killing the Romain. So that was Rebi versus Sword, game 1. So Sword is one of the favourites for this tournament, definitely. Had a high seed going in. I think he went 4-0 in the qualifiers, maybe. But Rebi took the first game against him here, which is good going. So might be an upset coming up. Always played Shogun 2 single player, but never touched the multiplayer. Kinda sad I missed its heyday. Shogun 2 multiplayer being so good was a big part of what motivated me to actually upload Total War and upload YouTube videos on a serious basis, because there was so much possibility. Total War always kinda shied away from multiplayer, and at this point it has just neglected the fuck out of it for like a decade now. But yeah, multiplayer, this is fundamentally a real-time tactics game that involves thinking. So you're meant to be deliberate with your actions after having considered them, and that means that the game is more a multiplayer game where people do that against each other. But instead of going down that route, Total War has pandered to kids, and in line with that has just discarded the multiplayer for like a decade. So it's a really weird situation. It's like it's done the opposite of what it was supposed to. Because of course, when Total War started out and with Shogun 1, it was the most advanced real-time 3D war simulator, battle simulator, real-time strategy, real-time tactics that there was. Because only a year before, the first truly 3D RTS came along with Homeworld, and then Shogun 1 came along and it was 3D on the ground, and it was large scale. So its trajectory was to be really tactical and appeal to, like, it was supposed to be cerebral, but instead it's gone the complete opposite. It's just pandering to little kids. So that's why there's a weird conflict going on. There's what Total War obviously should be and what it actually is, and then there's what it's been replaced with. It's like two opposites. And the multiplayer is where it should shine. That should be where it's at its strongest. That's always where it should have went, and I think they realised that when they went with Arena and tried to make Arena work. It was too long. And I've pointed out before how there were even articles appearing in esports magazines about how Total War was developing a nascent esports kind of scene on YouTube. Especially, you had YouTubers that started uploading competitive matches and analysing them and casting them, a bit like what I'm doing here, except back in 2012. So the trajectory that it was supposed to go on is pretty clear. Took a lot of search for a good lobby. For some reason people love to pick the uphill map as a defender and park a Yarashigaru plus Bow Samurai on top. Yeah. Avatar Conquest was an experiment. It had problems with it. Yeah, Total War's MP is kind of an afterthought now. I remember watching Prince of Macedon's replays for Rome in like 2008, and that first got me interested in military tactics. Won't see any tactics in Warhammer. Yeah. There were a lot of people that came across Total War from Time Commanders, which was all about the tactics. It was non-stop tactics and the history of it. So that and Total War was like a perfect match. And that's the two avenues that a big chunk of Total War's player base came from, at least at one point. Time Commanders and YouTubers, especially Prince of Macedon. Now though, it's mostly just been... I think I read something interesting that Warhammer, the Warhammer fan base in Total War is just all of the abandoned Dawn of War fans that were abandoned by the developers. Like, see these late 2000s, early 2010s Warhammer RTS game fans that just were abandoned. They've all flocked to Warhammer with their low standards and have just reduced the quality. I remember I read a really good comment, I think that was on Reddit. Someone posted a big comment about that. Thought it was interesting. It's like all the refugees, that's the word, all the refugees. Takeda and Mori. Yeah, all the refugees from Dawn of War have flocked to Warhammer because it's the only game that acknowledges them. Avatar Conquest does have balance issues, but there's still so much there they could flesh out. Yep, the possibility it afforded was immense. So much depth, potential depth. So many choices, so much freedom, so much customization. Never been anything like it since, never will be anything like it again. Takeda against Mori, wasn't it? And it's on this map again, I think. Tokai Valley, isn't it? This one. Yep. I should check the prize pool again. Yep, we currently stand at £90, so we're closing on 100. In the updated bracket, here is the current bracket. We're currently watching Sword v Rebi. And we're going into game 2. Takeda v Mori. About to start any second, game 2. Best of 5. I should add, this is a best of 5. I'm a Battletech player, mostly tabletop and MWO, and the same is happening with 40k refugees flocking to us after the whole politicization nonsense. I have no direct experience of any of that tabletop shit, but I have read about Battletech. I think Battletech is a tabletop alternative, perceived alternative to Warhammer, and a lot of Warhammer tabletop, Warhammer miniature YouTubers have started talking about Battletech. That's the only way I know about it, and they're trying to advertise it as an alternative to Games Workshop and fucking Warhammer. Yeah. I tried proving to my friends that tactics mean nothing by just spamming the most expensive troops in your Total War games. Yeah, you can. Exactly, that's how you do it. That's all you have to do. And it does prove it. I proved it with my video about 3k multiplayer. Great Guard against Yari Cavalry, they are caught flat-footed. Free charge, goddamn. Yari Cavalry getting a free charge as well. Yep, they are caught and they're gonna get absolutely massacred. It evens out a little bit over time, but free charge. They are flat-footed as well, doing nothing. I think he's preoccupied with this flank, where something similar might have happened. Nah, it's even here.
Hidden units, my lord. Treacherously meant to ambush us.
So this is a big battlefield to microcross, and Sword managed to do both sides at once. Sword has routed Rebi's cavalry on Sword's left side, and on the right side it is even. Rebi, I think, got the upper hand, but now reinforcements are coming in. Great Guard going for a second charge. So Rebi's gonna win here. Sword won over there. Sword is banzaiing and charging. He is rallying and standing fighting. And he's going out with his no dashies, finding targets. Sword has outnumbered this unit of monks here. 2-on-1 fight. So they're going to be able to move down the hill into that and help. Sword's pulling out here, he's going to try and get around.
Our men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
Even fight here. Yep, so now Rebi can come around with his cavalry, and I think they're in a better position to flank. They're just waiting here, whereas Rebi's is going straight for the general. Yareshigara coming back to save him. He's running downhill, but he's going to be barely too late. He's going for it anyway, he can at least scatter the horses.
Our general is
He's going for it.
Danger, my lord.
He knocked him over. Oh man. Alright. So that was a great guard that just charged, ploughed right through and hit the general. Killed nearly half the unit. Oh man. Wavering no dashies. Sword's cavalry finally moves. It's a bit late I think, but they're going finally. Yareshigara about to rout here. And then Sword can come in from the flank. With monks and no dashies. He's going to get this charge. He's going for that. That's smart. He's taking this charge. That frees up 2 units for the main fight. That could be the most important charge of the fight right there. But they haven't broken yet. They haven't broken. Because they're inspired maybe. They're still not broken. Now they're broken. Now they can join the fight. Finally. Now we have no dashies, monks, cavalry. Sword's general is left over here. Rebi can easily charge it, but he doesn't know or he doesn't want to either way. He's trying to break the main army I think. But they're just getting caught. He had a free shot at the general there, free shot. Look at that, Rebi's general can get a free charge at swords and kill it. Oh, he's standing fighting though, he's standing fighting. Oh man. A lot of Sword's infantry is routing now in the middle. Naginata monks. It's a lot of routing. Wacko Raiders are finally going to go for the general, who's just completely in the open, sitting duck.
From the battlefield. Shameful display.
Yara cavalry leading the charge. Yeah. Sword's general's gonna die, Rebi's is safe. I think Rebi's done quite well in the main fight as well. He's still got almost full units of Wacko Raiders. This unit of Wacko Raiders is dealing with monks and no dashies. They've had a lot of fights, they're working together. And that Sword's general a bit ago.
Our men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
Man. I think Rebi takes game 2 now.
Our general has been injured, my lord. He lives, but must leave the battle.
Oh man. Man. Oh, Sword is lagging maybe. Yeah, he's complaining about Yaruwall not working properly. That's really annoying. Poor Sword. He might have actually been fucked over there by lag or something. It happens. But that's game 2 to Rebi. 2-0. Even his general got kills. He had 9 kills there, no losses. So that's 2-0. If you can't micro your whole army, you might as well use a smaller one. It's funny that despite that, he still ended up winning. He won anyway. He won despite his cavalry getting caught flat-footed, an entire cavalry flank get caught. It's quite even though. Wish this man would lag when we fight, but no, gotta be top of his game. He just wanted to beat you, Jake. That's it. That's all I care about. His job is done. My micro isn't good enough for competitive multiplayer. Shogun 2 is quite a fast game, and if someone tries to overload you with micro by doing a lot at the same time, it can be rough if you can't keep up. Yeah. Hopefully Save will switch directions, but I'm not hopeful. I started playing Men of War though because of your vids though, so thanks for that. Yep, hopefully Robs as well. Hopefully you play the Robs mod and multiplayer, because that's where Men of War's at its best. 1 with Robs, 2 in multiplayer. Brings the best out of a good engine. Games Workshop stole some Battletech designs. Yeah, apparently they're always just stealing each other's shit non-stop. It's a shit show over there. They're constantly fucking trying to patent everything all the time. So they steal something that's unpatented, and then they patent it like fucking dicks all the time. I heard about... I think the most famous one is with Blizzard. StarCraft or something. Zerglings. Haven't tried them yet, trying to get the grasp of single player right now, but I'll get there low. Yeah. I haven't really played the single player at all. I think it's kind of like Company Heroes, where I played the single player, it wasn't really fulfilling, but I got acquainted with the game with it, and then I went to the multiplayer, and that was where it was actually intense and rewarding to play. It's probably a lot like that. So you just use the single player as a tutorial, and then as soon as you feel confident that you know the basics, just get into multiplayer and just start. Warcraft is a copy of Warhammer. That might be right. What's the prize pool at? Lol. Prize pool sits at £90, still behind the 100 mark. Thanks for the reminder. So yeah, if you appreciate the tournament and want to reward the competitors for their brass balls, big-brained brass balled plays, then donate to the prize pool, link in the description. Currently stands at £90. And that's a 50-30-20 split between first, second, third place. Oh yeah, I didn't touch single player and Company Heroes, just went straight to Blitzkrieg mod. Yeah, that was what I did. When I tried Blitzkrieg mod, it immediately just seemed way better, way more fun. Seeing tanks get one-shotted was something that I had just missed. It was ridiculous in Company Heroes that the only way a vehicle could one-shot another vehicle was if it was something like a tiger firing at a jeep. That is just absolutely ridiculous. Fucking hell. Being able to have... I think in Company Heroes, the Blitzkrieg mod, the satisfaction when it finally came in Company Heroes for me was having a Jagdtiger one-shot a Sherman from really far away. That was the first time I actually felt fun. When I knew that could happen, and when I knew that my Jagdtiger could get one-shotted as well if an AT gun shot it in the side. Before that, Company Heroes was kind of just off. Sword says, this is not the kind of performance I would be wanting to show off to the stream, but oh well. I blame the hot chocolate I had earlier. Should have just ate more pasta. Well, to be fair to Swords, it wasn't Swords cavalry that got caught flat-footed, which is the thing that you want to avoid at all costs. Because when you bring cavalry, you are accepting a micromanagement burden that you have to rise to. So if your cavalry gets caught standing around, that gets punished really hard, so you can't really afford to do that. And in that fight there, it was Rebis that got caught like that. Sword was the one catching them out. So I can't really fault the micromanagement at the most superficial level. It would more be about decision making tactics, like the way the battle progresses. But I don't know, maybe he has things that he's noticed that he did that I didn't. Sword cunt is not Irish, confirmed. Oh yeah, Sean, because you said what was that again? Sword cunt's Irish citizenship relies on him winning this match. Yeah. Are firebomb throwers worth it in multiplayer? Nah, because you just get Kisho Ninja and they do the same thing for the same cost. So it doesn't make any sense to bring firebomb throwers. Ninjas have firebombs too, and cost the same. It's one of the embarrassing oversights that CA should have fixed, but they just immediately went on to develop in Rome 2, which was a waste of time. They should have just kept working on Shogun 2. Because Rome 2 is a piece of shit. It was just a waste of effort. Imagine how much better Shogun 2 could be if it had all the time that went into Rome 2. Just for a start, firebomb throwers could have the right fucking price. Take the flag off his name in the bracket. Yep. He's been exiled. I play Europe in the Ruins mod, but it has the off vanilla Company Heroes combat. I only tried Blitzkrieg. Yeah, there's a video that got like 200,000 views that I've highlighted recently in my last video that went up, and it shows how in Company Heroes the gunplay of infantry is just arcadey. It's so fucking arcadey and cartoony and silly. They fire at really short ranges and it's all RNG'd, it's all fake. It's all, what do you even call it? It's like hit scan. Hit scan RNG bullshit. Is hit scan even the right word? Nah, it's not hit scan, it's pure RNG. Yeah, so the visual effect of aiming and firing is totally aesthetic, and it is in no way connected to whether they hit the target or not. The shot gets calculated, and then the aiming and the shooting happens on top of that. So it's just faked. Company Heroes is just all faked and RNG bullshit. RNG all the way down in that game. Yeah, and that's the video I was talking about, is where they click the retreat button, which makes them all just get up and run like Usain Bolt back to the headquarters. And the whole way they're running back to the headquarters, they're getting just... It's like that scene in The Mask where he's like pulling up his fucking groin and just dodging bullets and turning it into rubber and dodging everything. It's like that. Everything is just missing. Even though it's the easiest target in the world, the easiest shot. I can't stand that shit. It just makes me think, what the fuck am I doing here playing this? This is nonsense, it's all fake. When a game is just obviously fake like that, and you can't even deny it, can't even suspend disbelief, it's just depressing. Vanilla Company Heroes has the Warhammer problem. Interesting tactics aren't allowed to happen. You click a magic off-map artillery button and delete any unit sitting in cover. I remember liking the visual effects of artillery, like the airbursting of shrapnel. That aspect was cool. Like I liked having passive damage being dealt by artillery, which is reflected in my Men of War playstyle. Trying to find passive ways to do damage at distance with physics, that kind of thing. Price pool should be 100 now. Alright, I'll check, Sean. If that was you, then thanks for donating. I'll check it after this. So we've got Sword against Rebi, that's Takeda against Shimazu. Cavalry on the flanks, Naganatas behind. I've noticed a lot of monks following cavalry in this tournament so far. Everyone's doing it, and it's sometimes not one unit, it's two at the same time. Light cavalry being sent out against Great Guard, and it did almost nothing there. I saw 30 lost with no kills. Now it's 50, yeah. So it did 5 kills and got wiped out. And over here the monks are a bit closer. It's all about the proximity of the monks to the actual engagement when it happens, I think, for these fights. Because that affects the manoeuvring. So you want your monks out as far forward as possible. See, look, that dictates what happens from now on, the monks. They're gonna have to pull out. And then the cavalry turn around to make sure that they stay in the fight, and then the monks cleave them to pieces. Absolutely slaughter them. Pieces of cavalry units pulling out here. Devastated each other, running away from the monks there to re-engage. And then they're all breaking out in the middle here. Banzais coming from Sword. Shimazu Katana Samurai. That'll be interesting, seeing how they do against Yaruwos and Nodashis in a protracted melee. Yep.
Our general is in grave danger, my lord.
And they're gonna just charge into each other. It's funny how many cavalry fights are just straight brawls of like 3 units against 3 units. Katana Samurai are being resilient in this fight. 40 kills. Dealing with Yaruwos though. These Nodashi are wavering, shaking. They're not doing well. These Nodashi are not doing well. Rebi's pulling out his Yariashigaru here and leaving the katanas in the fight. He's pulling out the Yariashigaru and leaving the katanas in. This unit of Nodashis is routing. It didn't do that much. It shattered. Oh, and I missed this, but Rebi got a Kisho Ninja charge on the general. What the fuck? He did it. Oh my god. I should not have missed that. At some point, Rebi had a unit of Kisho Ninja that got a charge right into the general and routed him. I think that is the decisive action of the whole fight, right there. Swords Nodashis are about to rout with 125 men. Man. Fucking hell. Oh man, I wish I caught that Kisho Ninja charge there. I wish I saw that. I wish I saw that coming. That's probably what Sword is saying. Along with me. It's still quite even though, the balance of power is half and half. Have they killed each other's generals? Nah. So, Sword got some damage on Rebi's general there. Kisho Ninja chasing a routing unit, making sure it's gone. Yaru cavalry with 9 horses, still in the fight. 18 horse Great Guard, making sure this is gone. Alright, now they're coming back. A Yaru Ashigaru here about to get into the main fight and fuck it up. Yeah. Man. He's gonna try and route these units to Yaru Ashigaru as they're cut off. So he's catching it with a Yaru Ashigaru here, and then the Kisho Ninja, even though there's only 13 men.
Our men are running from the
Yeah,
battlefield.
he's gonna route it.
Shameful display.
13 men. That's all it takes. Any second. Kisho Ninja routing 2, maybe. 12, 11, 10. They did it though, they got him. And then we've got one of Swords no Dashi's coming back, but the general's gone. A unit of Maganata monks with 90 men, that's all he's got left pretty much.
The men are fatigued, my lord, and some must rest.
Yep. It's gotta be it. So that looks like a 3-0 for Rebi against Sword. Wow. Fuck. That's an upset. Rebi's general got charged and is down to a quarter strength. But it doesn't matter because that's it. 3-0 to Rebi in the semi-final. Yep, that's a hell of an upset. So Sword won 2 tournaments ago. Jake won the last one. And now Sword has been 3-0'd by someone that I don't know has really gotten far in any previous tournaments. So a bit of an underdog. 3-0, it's decisive. Ah, these tournaments. Look at those katanas, they paid off. Holy shit, nearly 300 kills. And the Kisho Ninja as well. Everything Rebi tried to do there worked. My god. The ideas paid off. I saw what he did as well with the Yaru Ashigaru pulling them behind. But leaving the Katana Samurai in the melee. Which is something they're good at. Being left in the melee. So everything worked there, all the components of his plan worked.
Still in that calf fight on the right. So I had to
Oh
pull
yeah,
through.
yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. It's probably what won you it.
3-0,
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
a surprise. Well played, Rebi.
I have to say, even though I played it badly, but also he played it really well. Like, you notice how he went way to the side, like to the side of the morale dojo in the last game. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's basic. Because if you look at the terrain, if he was to go into the normal way between the two dojos, that would actually be worse terrain for him than if he was to go that way. So he gave himself a better fight. Not only that, but also in the second game, he also gave himself a much better fight. Like, he had an initial idea to surround my army with the Wakos while he goes in the front line with just the with just the Yariash, like in Tokai Valley. And that even though that didn't quite work, when he noticed that when he lost the cab fight on one side, so he noticed he was going to get hit in the back by my horses, he pulled back and still gave himself a better fight. Like, even though that was a lot, for the most part, given to me by my side micro, which completely fell apart.
To be fair, so in that second round, you could just push forward with your front line, you would get me, instead of one by one.
Well, that's the thing. I thought you were going to keep committing with your Wakos, which is why I just right-clicked you with the Nodachis and went on the micro other things. And then by the time I came back, my Nodachis were floundering at the fucking dojos doing nothing. And it's like, oh, shit, I wasted the banzai. Yeah. But like, no,
as soon as
did
the banzai,
really...
I was like, run away.
Exactly. But like, not only did I fuck up, but you also gave yourself really good fights. Like, congrats, man. You did good. You outplayed me.
Time for some payback, after losing against StupidBoi.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get to third place now. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, you have easy fight against one
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
that guarantees you second place. Playing for first place now. Good luck.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, good luck. Fucking good luck, Rebi.
Good
Yeah.
luck.
Well,
Yeah,
you're up
that's
against
fine.
Jakey, so you can need the luck.
The fanboy army.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was an interesting tie. I don't think anyone expected a 3-0 there. Swords been playing really well recently, over the past few months. And he played well in the qualifiers too, so 3-0 is... And yeah, we've got Jake getting 3-0 against StupidBoi on the other side of the bracket. So it's Rebi against Jake, Poland against Romania. So final coming up.
I'm so happy Rebi kicked your ass. Get fucked.
Oh my god.
You.
Alright. Final should be coming up soon. In the meantime, I need to check the fundraiser. Alright, so we've got £100 just hit 100, so that guarantees £50 for first place. Second place £30, third place £20. That is what the prize stands at going into the final. So final coming up. Any donations you want to make in the meantime, I'm sure they'll find out before they start playing. Oh, we're doing the third place decider first, hang on.
Alright, so
Yeah, okay, not only did I
once
fuck
Boy
up, but,
heads or tails?
Heads.
Tails.
And that's a heads.
Yay.
Are you
You
hosting?
win the toss. Alright, I'll just send you
Alright.
the bot.
Alright, good luck, third place.
Thank you, lad.
Just wait for them to host and then we can get ready for the third place decider. So we're doing the third place decider before the final, so you have to wait right until the end for the actual final. Sword get done in. Yeah, I think Sword maybe thought he was gonna get through just with how well he would use his Yari walls. That's what he's been playing to win with up until now. Solid Yari wall play. I thought he would have just, even if he loses a game or two, I think he probably expected that in the end he would come out on top, but to lose 3-0 like that, it's decisive, it's brutal. It's good to see the underdogs. Let's see if I can find... Yeah. What? What the fuck? Let's try this again. Fuck's this, it's not letting me in.
I haven't eaten anything all day. Holy shit.
Spectator
it's
slot,
fun, yeah.
please.
Yeah, it's 11. It's only 11 a.m. right now for me, but
Oh,
I
yeah,
haven't
fair
eaten
enough.
anything yet.
Well, if you want, you can go grab yourself a piece of toast. Like, I'm completely okay waiting.
Spectator slot, please.
Oh, well, I probably
alright.
shouldn't say that to the stream. Like, yeah, fuck you, stream. Stay a while. We're gonna let...
Alright. Well, I asked. Come on.
4 and 20 pi over the microphone.
Do you have a spectator slot open? I can't join.
No, we're having a mukbang stream. Fuck you.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're gonna have one StupidBoi eat over the mic. That's what we're gonna do.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's what are you gonna say about
That's good. I can sit here and milk the stream for donations. It's cool.
True. Alright, just hire all the goobers in the arena to like spam the link to the to the donation, to the prize pool in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, we're holding the third place decider ransom.
Until everyone gives some stuff. It's just dudes being... No, it's not. It's... What is it? Meep?
I seriously can't join. Are you joking with me?
What's the name of the match?
Gang week?
No, I'm not hosting. Wait, one StupidBoi, are you hosting?
Nope.
Oh my god, it's a ghost lobby.
Okay, fine, I'm hosting.
Fucking
Alright then,
hell.
what the fuck?
Alright.
I thought one StupidBoi was hosting.
That's weird, there's an actual ghost lobby sitting there then. Fucking
What the
shitty
fuck?
servers.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now we have 2 gang weeks, look at the state of this.
Hey, 2 is better than 1. You know what? And at least there's no corn.
Alright, good luck, eat your fucking toast and let's go.
Yeah.
If cunt comes 33 and a third, he can be Irish again. Yeah. Sword v StupidBoi. StupidBoi's done well, he's guaranteed himself 4th place. Man. People are getting better and better consistently. Everyone is having their time. Every dog has his day. Look at this flickering. I think it's because I've overclocked my GPU a lot. The only reason Shogun 2 MP lobbies are up is because Warhammer 1 and 2 lobbies don't exist. Is that right? Are there no lobbies in Warhammer 1 or 2? Do they not even have lobbies? Is it just a matchmaking system? Because I remember every time I've checked the 3 Kingdoms lobbies, there's been none. I've checked Warhammer 3's multiplayer lobbies like 5 times ever, and not once have I seen a single lobby up. Not once. And the one time I hosted one to make that video that went on my 2nd channel, I had to wait for someone to join. And then when they did join, they left after I spammed 18 of the same unit, the strongest unit, the unit that made there be no point in bringing any other unit, and just steamrolled them. Oh man, what a piece of shit. No one plays MP in Utah War. Yeah. Oh shit, I didn't get to check the factions. It's so dead. Yeah, it's embarrassing. I think it's that embarrassment that would be the only motivation for them to actually invest anything in the multiplayer. Which is what they give the appearance, the illusion of having done with this domination mode, I think. Because it seems to me like it's just... Hang on, once we get in I'll show you what domination mode seems to me to sound like. Isn't this all domination mode is in Warhammer 3? Isn't this it, the whole fucking thing? Because this was here as a tiny part of the game in 2011, a decade ago, and it hasn't been around since. And of course this is an objective that compels a fight, because otherwise there's no way to really have a winner and a loser, because all you do is have 2 players that sit back and refuse to cede the advantage of defense. Without this, without these key buildings, there would be no incentive to attack. And the incentive to attack in Shogun 1 and Shogun 2 here exists, because if you lose all 3 of these key buildings, you will eventually lose the fight due to timer, which never happens, thankfully. Because if it did, the game would fail, that system would fail. So what it has instead is bonuses that it gives out that makes the fight way fucking harder for no reason. So it compels a situation where both players have to attack each other, and it revolves around these points. And that's necessary for actual competition. Because otherwise you just have stalemate situations where people are scummy. But they have to be scummy because if they're not being scummy, they're just losing for no reason. They could just be marginally more scummy than the other person and get an advantage and win with it. And isn't this what every Total War game has had since Rome 2 and beyond? Just a blank 1v1 without key buildings here. So isn't this what domination is? Just reintroducing key buildings so that there exists a reason to actually attack each other? Because without this, you need referees, don't you? Like, you have to have referees that have rule sets and enforce rules. But the game can arbitrate itself using key buildings. And the only rules that you need in a tournament with these key buildings are rules that tournament organisers like us put in place to make the fight more fair and interesting than it already is. Because no one wants to see the timer tick all the way down. Like, you have to compel people to attack or they're disqualified, I think. Yeah, it's interesting. But that's what it sounds like to me. It just sounds like they're reintroducing key buildings, which is a basic feature that's been around a decade ago. Look at these cavalry flanks, my god. Rushing down the hill with Wacko Raiders into this blob while cavalry pick away at them. Killed 50 of them. Wacko Raiders getting caught as well here. And then the infantry come in. But this is good for StupidBoi here. But they're now pushing kinda even. It's not a downhill charge anymore. If it happened like that, it would be downhill or like that, but they're just fighting sort of evenly now. Don't know if Sword did that deliberately. And then over here, fire cavalry against light cavalry. Great Guard, Yari cavalry. Yeah, so it's just a big blob here. Cavalry and infantry all over the place, just getting fed in. StupidBoi has Naginata monks coming in. Might be too late though. You've got no dashies here. They might get to charge again, so he has to commit them now, I think, and just keep feeding units in. That's what he's got to do. They're not gonna have enough time to get around. Sword cuts, yeah, Reshigeru is a bit to rout.
Our men are running from the battlefield! A shameful display!
So they've just abandoned this point here and they're fighting over these two. Pulling out now with the cavalry. Yeah, they stayed in that for a long time and didn't really do much. Stand and fight, engaged. StupidBoi hasn't. Free charges into the fire cavalry. Monks should really be charging this and helping out.
Our men are
That's not even a charge.
A shameful display!
They are running straight through, he's pulling them through. They're all making it through. And then they rear charge the Wacko Raiders, that's what they should do, I think. Getting chased. No. Round. So that was swords as well, fire cavalry, and they're gone. Yeah, they're gonna get to charge. It's a bit late though, they were already shaken, I think. Swords, no dashi here. Oh, he's second winded it. StupidBoi coming down off the hill. So he's won the fight up here. And he's gonna be coming down the hill into this to reinforce on the general. No Yari wall on that Yareshigeru unit. The monks here are going to lose en route. I don't know, I think StupidBoi may have this again. I think Sword might have lost this one again. He's got to hold here and then win this fight and help over here because there's a lot over here. He's not really got any cavalry left, he's got just a Great Guard. Yep, so Sword's winning this. Only unit of monks left. But he's depleted. He's got a couple of Nodashi units left here. His general's exposed. I think StupidBoi might have this. He's still got a full unit of monks
Our
there.
men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
Yep, now he gets to reinforce. A little bit too late, maybe. He's trying to get through at the general, but he won't. Fire cavalry's trying to get through as well. That's the only cavalry he's got left, and they're about to rout. It's the only cavalry left on the field, so it's gonna come down to an infantry fight once they run. He's getting them back to the general to try and keep them in the fight a little bit longer. He's actually running them right into the general, and then they rout. My god.
Shameful display.
So he runs them right into the general's stand and fight square to reassure them as much as possible, and that's when they run. Because the battle just slipped away, and StupidBoi takes game 1. Wow. Alright.
Our general is in grave danger, my lord.
Well played by StupidBoi then, because, man, Sword's on a losing streak at the moment. This match looks like a blob and Warhammer banned this map. Yeah. I just wish the game was more historically accurate. Nodashi meta, garbage melee stats on boar mounted bow samurai, and katana samurai being useful are horrible transgressions. Well, what would you actually get out of being historically accurate? What if the historically accurate version of this game would just be a completely boring pike and shot fest? Would you want that? Because none of these games are historically accurate at all. What they can at least be is engaging and have depth. I would want that way more than I would ever care about historical accuracy. I don't remember historical accuracy ever actually helping a game. I don't know if any developers have ever pursued that and saw tangible, unique results from it. But I have seen developers decide to chase depth and engagement, engaging design, good systems, and that having a beneficial effect. I think this is it here. So that is 1-0 to StupidBoi against Sword in the third place decider. So Sword is at risk of finishing in 4th place. At least it's not domination mode for Total War Warhammer 3. That feels like a card game. Total War games pretend or try to chase historical accuracy. The marketing of all historical titles was basically aimed at the historical nerd crowd. Yeah. You see that obviously in the Napoleon stuff. It's similar with Men of War. Realism matters. But even Men of War isn't realistic. In Men of War, the tanks engage at meters of... at ranges of like 100 to 250 meters. Whereas in real life, they would engage at 400 to 4,000 meters. And if you were to play a tank engagement at 400 to 4,000 meters game, it would be boring. If you could actually model that and do it, it would be boring. Likewise, in Total War games, guns fire at ranges of 50 to about 150 meters, but historically all gun engagements would have been at about 250 to 300 meters. And that would have been the engagement range of bows as well, about 200 meters. So none of these games are historically accurate. Even the most historically accurate ones are not historically accurate in the most fundamental ways. See, if you care about historical accuracy, you would be talking about things like if they're wearing sandals or not, or if they have the right number of buttons on their fucking what they called dress coats on Empire Napoleon, or if they had the right kind of firing mechanism on their flintlocks or whatever the fuck. But no one ever cares about that. People don't check dates and equipment. And even if someone actually notices, successfully observes, what do you even call it? Anachronous. Yeah, like something ahistorical out of its time period. Whenever they bring it to the attention of other people, the other people just tell them to fuck off because they don't give a shit. It's just a LARP, historical accuracy. It's a big LARP. You're asking for the wrong thing, pretty much. If you want to play a game, you want it to work like a game. Like, even on Total War Center back in, like, 2005, when people complained about the kind of sandals that Romans wore, people would tell them to shut the fuck up. No one gave a shit. The focus is always on like engagement ranges. I've talked about that already. Engagement ranges and types of weapons they used. And that doesn't really have anything to do with historical accuracy because well, you have, as you said, you have katana samurai charging into walls of pikes and doing well. That's what they're meant to do. It's the core of the game, the core gameplay loop. Like, I don't see why they couldn't make short Yari units and long Yari units instead of katana for the weebs, or the unarmored no dashi, which fits more in Rise of the Samurai. I don't have a problem with katana samurai stretching out in lines and charging into walls of infantry and walls of pikes. That's like the highlight of the game. See, if it wasn't for katana samurai being able to stretch into lines and charge into walls of pikes and do well, I don't think anyone would have really kept playing this game much back in 2011, 2012. That's the draw of the game. That's why everyone does a Shimizu campaign and gets past the first 50 turns, because they have fucking upgraded katana samurai charging into fucking lines and getting KDs at like 5 and 6. It's cool. And you can do tactics to make it work better than ever as well. It's cool. That's the whole point of the game. Katana samurai charging into fucking pikes and slaughtering them. And finding ways to keep them alive to charge into successive walls of pikes and get chain routes. It's the whole point of the game. At least in the single player that everyone plays. And then even in the multiplayer, it still happens. You see katana samurai. It happened, Rebi did it against Sword. He managed to make katana samurai work and it was cool. There's nothing wrong with it. This would force more tactically complex approach though, wouldn't it? Well, it wouldn't be because it's adhering to the history that it would do that. It would be because you're introducing more possibility. Like, there's more depth afforded. There's more systems in the game. There's more freedom available to the player, more agency, what I advocate. It wouldn't have anything to do with history whatsoever. Yeah, I always say it, no one gives a shit about history whatsoever. It's just a LARP. And the most obvious example, the easiest way to show that no one gives a fuck about history when they play video games is that historians play video games and they don't give a shit about it. They give less of a shit about it than everyone else. It's a waste of the medium if you just have a weird historical fixation thing going on. That's why historians never do, and even though they play video games. It's like that historian that was talking about Rome Total War when me and Melkor were doing that segment for it. An actual trained historian saying that humour is one of the best parts of Rome Total War. It's something that the medium of video games can do that no other medium can really do. Have humorous aspects like berserkers that twirl through fucking legionnaires. Oh, what's the other examples that we're given? Elephants that just ram right into formations and send guys flying. That shit is funny. Incendiary pigs. Sword's playing Takeda a lot today, I think. Don't want to, yeah. Just keep looking over here. Historians. Yeah, when historians play video games, they're not looking to learn anything about history or to see history be mirrored. They're looking for a video game. Something that's engaging and that can show history in a different way. A way that's different from what history books already did for them. Yeah, because fundamentally this is an interactive medium unlike any other. Can't interact with movies, can't interact with books. It's completely one-sided. So anything you do with video games should be in line with that fact. So thinking about historical, ahistorical, it's not really pertinent. It doesn't help the game be more interactive and engaging and meaningful to experience, really. Movies don't even give a shit about being historically accurate. The best movies about fucking history are not historical, just look at Gladiator. Just look at how they fight in Gladiator, my god, the opening battle of Gladiator. What the fuck was that? What the fuck is that shit? But people still like it. And it's still cool. Yeah, so this is another Mori Takeda matchup. Cavalry jostling on this hill. We've seen this map for the third time tonight now.
Hidden units, my lord, treacherously meant to ambush us.
It's funny how the cavalry immediately tries to take a high position on both flanks, while the infantry waits in the middle for the cavalry fight to resolve itself, and then they see which way the fight's gonna go. Oh man. Oh man. 330 kills on a Yara cavalry there, in that instance. But they're gonna meet in this fight here. That's gonna favour sword. That's a downhill charge into those fight is about to break out here as well. So I think Sword's gonna win all these fights here. He's already mopped up the cavalry here, holy shit. He's only lost a quarter, less than a quarter of his cavalry to do this. Over here I think he's gonna barely win. General is completely exposed, so I think this might be Sword's fight. Cancelling each other out maybe here as well. Light cavalry waiting in reserve, about to get charged. Sword's gonna win here I think. That's Great Guard above. Oh yeah, they're just charged. Yara cavalry just gonna delete that unit light cavalry. What the hell was going on here? Oh, that's Wacko Raiders, alright. So that's why they're winning decisively. Wacko Raiders slightly downhill, beating monks. They have a lot of XP though, so that might explain it. And the general got charged. He's gonna have to split these 3 units up and get into that general again. He's ordering them around as a blob at the moment. He's got to split that up. But I think he might just be ignoring the general and going for the main fight. Yep. That Yareshigar is wavering, so this is going to be just in time. Just in time.
Shameful display.
Wavering, wavering, wavering. That's perfect charge right there. Perfect rear charge. They're all going to just break together any second. Yep, that's it. So Sword just mopped up that entire fight with a rear charge, so maybe that was smart. Maybe he could have broken off a unit light cavalry and killed the general and then achieved the same effect with what remained, and he could have won the fight by now, but I think he was playing it safe there and he just wanted to ensure that he won this. I think he probably thought it was enough to win the fight.
Running from the battlefield. A shameful display.
And there's a unit Yarashigaru broken here as well. He's going to go for it now. General is about to die. No, maybe he's going to pull it behind. Wacko Raiders. Lasting ages. Yeah, Sword's got this one, I think. That's his general about to go. So that's going to be Sword breaking his losing streak, I think. Maybe. He's got a unit Yarashigaru coming down into the general. But he's going past it.
Our general is in grave danger, my lord.
He's just going straight past it. Still close, still quite close. And Sword still has his cavalry, he keeps ordering them around as a group here. I think he could have achieved more if he split them up. Still got his general alive, he's still fine. Yeah, stranded Yarashigaru units and a couple of monk units that are too far away to do much. A unit of Nodashis that have come back, chasing monks for no reason. Oh, this is going to end up being closer than it should be. He needs to get them back. He's forgot about them. And there's a Great Guard there that he can be using as well. He's going to... I think he... Oh man, the general was getting attacked while these are getting seen off. So his general's bodyguard is buying time for the rest of his army to kill these monks. Oh, this is dodgy, this is dodgy. Rear charge. Yep. Sword's general's gonna die and then... Oh, that's chaotic.
Our men are running from the battlefield.
Wavering.
Shameful display.
Alright, so Sword's general just died, I think. 2 remaining, so maybe... He's gotta be dead. Yeah, he's dead. Sword's general's dead. And there's just a couple of Wacko Raiders left. One left.
My
And that's it.
lord,
Yeah, I got
a
it.
glorious
Man.
victory will soon be yours.
Oh, that was too close. What the fuck? Still got this unit over here that just ran away. Alright, he got it. So he broke his losing streak. He's back in it. Damn, son. Yep. That was too close. Alright, so that is StupidBoi versus Sword Game 2. So that's 1-1 and a best of 5 or 7. So we go into game 3 and the best, no, the third place decider. Zoe said, motion to give Rebi the role Hanzo's shadow and award that role to anyone who pulls a general snipe in the tournament. That was half an hour ago. Yeah, that was a good general snipe, my god. Situation with the individuals. Individual situation. Sitting there. Oh man. Best of 5, alright. Yeah, best of 5. If I could reprogram Rob so that we can play more than 2 factions, I'd play it more. Yeah. 3, I think, is the cutoff. After that, it gets too risky. All computer simulations will be just a bunch of maths because that's the only thing computers can do, compute. Yep, that's a bit of a thought-terminating cliche though, because sometimes games actually depict with effort in ways that are more meaningful, and other times they cheat. It's easy to find examples of games that cheat and games that do it properly, and there's a price for when they do it by cheating. The player pays a price in terms of what they get to do with the game. It's a case of the developers making less effort, so the players get to do less, and the experience is lessened. It's a complete reduction. It's just reductionist to say that. It's like saying all books are made of words, so all books are equally shitty because they're all just made of words. They're fundamentally all constructed from the same things. But obviously we don't think that because we have Nobel Prizes for literature, so it's obviously fallacious to think that that describes anything really, in this context anyway. Doesn't explain anything. Hide and bind cover does not stop the bullets, instead you get a % damage reduction and the bullets hit anyway. Ha. Mahir Biswas said, volunteer good commentator, any chance you can cover Warhammer 3 multiplayer? First of all, you don't need to tag me because I read everything. When you tag me in one chat, it's kind of just annoying because it's like you want special treatment. But leaving that aside, thanks for the compliment, but Warhammer 3 is just Warhammer 2 again, and Warhammer 2 is an arcade game that's just not worth commentating on. But is that your name changed? So there's a Mahir Biswas and then there's a Mahir now, and he says, are you playing Dying Light 2? I've asked for a key for Dying Light 2. I like Dying Light 1, and I liked the parkour, and I liked how you could experiment with the melee systems like evasion and damage that varied depending on where you hit them. Like you could attack their legs and cleave their legs and they would crawl around, or you could decapitate, all that stuff. Like the locational damage was cool. It felt like you could actually aim, and if the way you moved when you swiped affected the direction that your swipe would work. So it's like the melee combat was quite good, but end game turned into virals being bullet sponges, which was boring, and that kind of killed the ability to make any runs. I had some good runs. See if you search Volume Dying Light parkour or evasion, you'll find some quite cool runs that I did where, what do you call it? It's like when it's late at night and the virals are chasing you. So segments like that where I would do parkour, and I wanted to do more of that, but the game just didn't really cooperate well. But if Dying Light 2 is good, then I could go back to doing that again, and it might be a return to the kind of stuff I did with Dishonored. But I doubt it'll be possible, because games are just going out of their way to have problems with them at this point. That get in the way. Techland, yep. Techland should give you a key to Dying Light 2, would be a mistake not to. Yeah, well, I asked them, so I emailed them a few days ago, which was kind of late, and that was after I emailed their PR firm. So let's see. Well, thanks for helping me out with that. I suppose you missed the joke in that. Physics is just numbers, bro. They also talk about an FPS simulation and bullets with fall of etc. versus hit scan, always a split. Yep, so actual projectiles versus hit scan is a good example, because hit scan is a cheaper way to do it that fakes it, and actual projectiles simulates it properly, so there's more steps along the way. There's more that can go right, go wrong, more interesting things can happen. There are some things that just can never happen with hit scan that could easily happen with actual projectiles. There's loads of them. See, if Men of War was hit scan, the game would just be garbage. It would just be a worthless game. And I used the example of Homeworld to describe this before. Alright, we've got Takeda v Ikuike on Osaka Plain for game 3. It's 1-1. Alright. So we've got a standard Takeda build from Sword on a map that is going to punish cavalry. I hope Sword didn't pick this map. He's got a Morale Dojo, but not much else in his favour. Water and trees everywhere, so it's going to be difficult to make the cavalry work. Smart programmers or designers use hit scan when you're point blank and simulate projectile at range. with cover involved. I think someone should just make an indie pixel art version of Total War. I feel like this is our only chance at a playable Total War experience at this point. Well, the way to deal with it, I think, is to just play the older Total War games that are actually Total War games, and then play other games in addition to that, like Men of War. That's what I do. I'm satisfied. In fact, I get to have it both ways because I get to play good Total War games, I get to shit on bad Total War games, which is something I always wanted to do anyway, and I get to play good games wherever they come from otherwise, so I'm perfectly content. Mass Effect used delayed hit scan to simulate bullet physics without using projectiles. Oh, I remember that. I remember thinking that Mass Effect's gunplay was really weird because there would be a bit of a discordance between what you would see and what would actually happen. Like, I remember I would use the snipers at long range on planets to fire at sentries that were guarding bases, like on the surface of planets, and I would do it from really far away, and they would immediately be killed, but I would be able to see a delay, and I didn't understand it. So it's like there was two things going on at the same time that were different. So you would immediately hit them and it would be like a laser. I think shotguns were like that as well. I used all of this stuff in Mass Effect, like cryo rounds and all that crap. Everything, I tried everything. And it just felt weird, the gunplay. Oh man, a lot of preparation going on at the moment. I think Sword was set up within like 30 seconds, so what is StupidBoi doing? Oh man, he's just packed right in to the front of his deployment zone with everything, just packed in. Fucking hell. But I don't know if he's really rushing forwards to use it. And it's Ikwike from StupidBoi, which is interesting. Takeda v Ikwike. So we're going over the river with the cavalry on both sides. He's going to try and get this high ground here, maybe. StupidBoi might react and do it first. But he's going to have a lot of space to maneuver over here. They're going to get the dojos. Sword, I think, is going to be allowed to have the movement dojo, which is maybe going to help in this fight. Matchlock monks guarding the river, so they're going to be slowed down as they cross. So it's going to be punished heavily to try and close the distance here. Sword's going to want to keep these cavalry units alive and not do anything really risky because they can cause a lot of damage. Cause disorder over here. And then over here we've got Nagana Monk Cavalry trying to catch these, but they're slow units, so they can run away. He might dismount them. We haven't seen any dismounting in the tournament so far. Sword's turned around. And he's getting caught. And StupidBoi is going to turn these around one by one. StupidBoi's doing well so far, but this light cavalry, it's light cavalry. I don't know if it's going to be able to do much. Even if it gets a good rear charge here. It's only light cavalry, let's see how many kills it gets. 10. It got 14 kills, 15 kills, and now it's starting to get slaughtered. And finally the reinforcements alive. So, Sword brought his cavalry all the way around the army. Patiently brought it all the way around. Caught the Naginata monk cavalry, which is unsupported. So all of Sword's cavalry completely overwhelms all of StupidBoi's cavalry, and he's probably gonna feel worried about that. Because now the Takeda have free reign with their cavalry. Does StupidBoi have any cavalry left? None. So this is already a crippled Eco army. Already crippled. We have Bone Monks firing. Oh, and he's pushed across the river. So that means that the water is not going to slow down Sword at all, but StupidBoi is going to be slowed down if he tries to run away. So very quickly, the gap is going to be closed between the matchlocks and the Nodashis here, but distance is not going to be created at all, because they're going to be running the whole time they're trying to get away. It's really bad. I think that's a bad engagement there. And the cavalry are slow to get back. I thought they would have been here by now. They got stuck in that melee for ages, I think. Alright, so he's gotten his matchlocks out. And he's got Yariya Shigeru fighting in the melee against all this Nodashi. Bows are stuck in the line a bit. He can fire up into... No, right now he pulled his general down. Man, he could have been general sniped there. Line of sight barely permitted it. But now he's standing fighted. He came down off the hill. Very sensibly, prudently, left the hill. And is in standing fight on a level field with the guns. So their line of sight is blocked. No longer have an assassination opportunity. General snipe. And now it's all just breaking out. The cavalry's arrived, so they're going to try to work their way through StupidBoi's line, taking any charges they can get. And StupidBoi is going to be engaged, so he's not going to really be able to deal with them. He can't afford to pull units out the fight. He's going for the general there. Yep, he's in. He's going for it. And he's pulling through as well. He's trying to pull through. And the matchlocks are now unsupported, with cavalry breaking through the line. Alright, they're repositioning to try and get frontage facing the cavalry. Will they get to do any firing? Some gaps here that they can shoot through as well. They're not going to get to shoot. Lone Swords are blocking them. Yep, they've not been able to fire. They haven't had a chance. And now Naginata monks are coming in, so they're not even going to get to. Their fight's over already. Yeah, they routed. I think StupidBoi's general might still be alive. Yep, so that was a case of... That's a really good example of an army that has had its cavalry wiped out at the outset, before the main engagement begins, being swept by the remaining cavalry, and it's Takeda that did it too. So that's how you use Takeda's advantages.
My lord, a glorious
that was good.
will soon be yours.
General versus general. Didn't get to catch what was said there. So that's 2-1 to sword, I think. And it's a best of 5. Is it? Yep. No wait, this is 2-1 to StupidBoi, isn't it? So it's 2-1 to StupidBoi at the moment. All the monks at the top. Let me check this. No wait, it is 2-1 to sword. Yep, had it right. Saving convention confused me. StupidBoi's gonna rejoin in a second, I think. Mahir says, I will admit, I'm a big Total War Warhammer fan, but I quite enjoy your videos. What is it you enjoy about them then? Because a lot of my videos are not positive with regards to Warhammer. Time to plug the prize pool again. So we've broken £100, that's the last donation, and it's a 50-30-20 split. So we have first and second place. Who's going to occupy it? Determined. It's just who's first and who's second. Currently playing for third place between Sword and One StupidBoi. We'll get to the final later. But yeah, donate to enhance the pool while we're fighting for third place. Going into game 4 now, any second. Who's the indie dev then that's trying to build small scale Total War? And here's the bracket as it stands. 2-1 to Sword, and then the final. Can eat something while I wait. Alright, we're starting. Also, I would add that it's not unusual that people say they like Warhammer or are fans of Warhammer but still like my videos. I'm just always curious when people say that. Because the approved narrative is that people that don't like Warhammer are, and there's a lot of cliches and thought terminating cliches that they have. Old, good, new, bad. Rose tinted glasses, nostalgia. All that crap. So when people say they actually like my videos, it completely undermines all of the effortless dismissals that people employ, because it suggests that there's actual substance behind the videos in order to like them. So I'm always curious when people say they like them, to hear what that is. The points you make are valid, yeah. That's the big thing, like I'm actually right about things. It's informative, entertaining, interesting. But my first Total War was Rome 2, so to me Warhammer's okay, because I never grew up playing Shogun, Medieval, etc. Well, I didn't grow up playing Medieval. This is an interesting thing as well. I never grew up playing Medieval 1, I only played it for the first time a few months ago. But I can still make a video showing how Medieval 1 sieges are way better than Warhammer 3 sieges, and that's what I'm going to be doing over the next few days. So, I know what you mean. I know what you likely mean though, when you say I never grew up playing it. But that shows that nostalgia has nothing to do with it. Because I have no nostalgia for Medieval 1. At least not in the sense that I played it when I was a kid. I only played it fucking this year, or at the end of last year. So it's purely on its merits. Wait until you hear people say, yeah, but you played Shogun 1 and that's really similar to Medieval 1, so you have nostalgia for Shogun 1, like the fucking contortions. But yeah, it's just interesting, all that shit. All the thought terminating cliches, platitudes. So yeah, get ready for that video. A few days probably. Another Takeda v Mori fight. And we're on fucking race fields. Sword Dojo. Workshop. So the melee fight dojos are here. They can afford to ignore this one. Closing in. Yep.
Meant to ambush us.
Had a feeling. They're inside the door, or they're both inside, so it's going to stay neutral. And he sneaked in here with these to try and get this, but Sword's taking the fight. No dashies are charging. Oh man, Wacko Raiders getting charged off no dashies while Yara Shigaru feed into it. Let's do this again, let's watch the kills go up. So they have a KD of 2 against Wacko Raiders in this melee. Being fed into this fight like this, they are being really cost effective. And the Wacko Raiders are about to rout. KD of 2. Sword has standing fight though. StupidBoi doesn't. He might get it in a second. So they killed about half of the no dashies, did almost nothing to the Yara Shigaru. And they're charging in Yara wall. And they're going to continue to do really well. Yara Shigaru routing in a second here. That's Great Guard charging into this general. Trying to. Yeah, really rushed fight, really fast. StupidBoi's general's still there, but he's been fed into the melee, so he's not going to last long. Sword can unyaru wall and turn around and catch him. Looks like this one's decisive in favour of Sword.
Our men are running from the battlefield! A shameful display! My lord!
Yep.
A glorious victory will soon be yours!
So that's what, 3-1, and that's a best of 5, I think. So I think Sword's got it. Sword takes 3rd place as we go into the final. Gonna make sure I've got that right. That was a good run though from StupidBoi, if he is indeed out. Yeah, I'm gonna confirm. Is that 3-1?
That's 3-1, yeah.
Yep, so you take 3rd place.
And I take 3rd place.
Alright, congratulations, another top 2 finish.
Thank you, even. I have to say, he was really fun to play with. After that frustration with the fucking games against Rebi where I fucked up and he just played better than me, yeah, this was fun.
Hmm.
It's much more fun, because he's good crack, lad.
Yeah, I played against him a lot of times in this tournament.
He's fun.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll head up to the arena anyway.
Yep, on to the final.
Yep. Good luck streaming that.
Yep.
Okay, let's do the coin toss. Rubidium, you can call it heads or tails.
Okay, I'm ready. Okay, let's go. Heads.
And that's a heads. So you win the toss. I'm just gonna send you the bot.
Mhm.
You can join the lobby, Rebi.
Uh,
I made Jake versus Rebi pass 1, 2, 3.
okay.
Alright, good luck in the final, everyone.
Thanks.
Yeah, so.
About to start. Try out heavily modded Attila. Use open wars first to avoid wasting money. Some people are doing incredible jobs. Some mods even introduce a dead zone for archers in front of friendly units. Go back to the originals, little lad. Yeah. It's funny how people are so desperate to get things out of these Total War games that they're not made for, that they try all these mods, even of games that are notorious for how bad they run. Attila, it's always seemed weird to me that people make mods for these games that are fighting the modders every step of the way, where you can't even edit the map, for example. Like, they're really restricted, they have their hands tied. Yeah. Like, see a mod for Medieval 2, like 3rd Age. There's something that just lines up with that, and it's healthier. Like, Medieval 2 is good to start with, the engine is a good simulation, and then they build a new setting on top of it, and it all works. But with Attila, it's like, well, the game was conceived in the first place in the fucking ashes of Rome 2. It's like a burned out fucking building that they built that on top of with Attila, and then to make it worse, the game runs at like 30 FPS, and then on top of that, they try and make mods, and the mods are trying to rescue the game kinda, instead of make a new experience that adds to the already good vanilla one. It's so weird. It's just weird to me. It just puts me off ever even thinking about trying. I would just never dabble in that at all. Medieval 2 maybe. Even Shogun 2 I would not want to try mods that change the setting. Because the melee combat in this game doesn't really work for different settings at all. Like, how do you make Roman infantry fights out of a game on this engine? Rome 2 showed that you can't. The World War 1 mod for Napoleon just came out and I enjoyed it, but the actual main bits running it are still buggy and a mess. Yeah, that's what I mean. If the scaffolding's fucked, what can you build on it? Alright, this is the final. Rebi against Jake. Game 1 on rice fields. I think everyone's done a good job of having winter for every map so far. Every fight has been on snow. So we've got Mori. Rebi as Mori. And I'm going to check the prize pool while we wait. Prize pool currently sits at £100 still. So donate to the prize pool. Finals about to start. Getting close to the end now. About to have our first, second and third places. Third place is set. We have Sword and third place. And now it's between Rebi and Romanian Jake for first and second. Anyone know if Slinger's animation and Rome Reheated is fixed or not? What do you mean? Fixed? You mean the direction of rotation? So it actually so it isn't reversed? Yeah, it's fixed. But also they have the weird slingshot icon, which kinda insults anyone that's ever used a sling before. Patronizing, so I don't know. Charges going out from Romanian Jake, it seems like. Oh, are they going to be allowed to just get a free charge? Yeah, they are. Oh man. Oh man. Free charges happening. Flat-footed cavalry getting charged. And this one is just trapped. What's it going to do? Where's it going to run? Getting a bit of lag as well. Yeah, that unit of Yara cavalry got pasted there. Fuck. And then over here, we have cavalry charges going out too. But this is more equal, more even. Monks coming in to back them up. Yeah, this fight over here was a clusterfuck though. Stuff is getting... Great Guard routing, nearly at 60 men. Still might rout, nah, it's stabilised. Nearly routed at 60 men. Yari Cavalry routing with 37 kills. Great Guard about to rout again. 46, stabilised. Man. Main fight breaking out here. That is no dashes of Romanian Jake. Fighting Waka Raiders and Yarishigaru in the middle.
Our entire unit has perished, my lord!
I think Jake's going to win on this side. He just has to deal with these monks. He'll be able to charge them, I think. And these are not even in the fight. They're just watching. They're a few feet away from helping and they're not doing it. So that is a misplay there, I think. I don't think he would want his Yarishigaru to just stand there and do nothing. Alright, now they're going in. He's moving them in. Now they'll help. Let's see how many kills they get. It's a bit late though. Has no Dashi are about to rout. Yeah, they've routed. So the Yarashigaru did not get to help.
Running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
I think Jake might lose the centre because the Yarashigaru were late and didn't get to help. Now they're going to have an even fight. He's fighting them 1 unit at a time. First, the Nodashis go in, and then the Yarashigaru go in, and they get fucked one after the other. I don't know, this might go towards Rebi, but Rebi's got his Yaruwals moving backwards as well over here. He's pulling out of this.
Our men are running from the battlefield.
Cavalry's keeping him out of the main fight.
Display.
And they're going to get charged anyway, even though I kept them unengaged for this. And he's charging into the back of the Wako Raiders there, but it's too late. It's too late, because I think they're about to break. Yeah, they broke. So Jake's Yarashigaru is going to break. At least some of them. Yep, there's another one. About to break at 3/4 strength. I think Rebi has this. He's playing well then. Well, he's doing well. Doing well to take a game against Jake, who's been playing well over the past few tournaments. I think he may have this. Yeah.
Our men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
Yeah, there's no way Jake can come back at this point. He's got a great guard, but what's he gonna do? He's trying to neutralise dojos still. This one too, he's trying to get this one. And he's got monks over here that took the morale dojo. It's too late though. And Rebi's general survives with 12 men on the verge of routing. Barely stayed in the fight. Wako Raiders getting routed.
Our men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
And it's funny that Jake's still trying. Definitely is still trying here. He always does that. Oh my god, look, he's gonna try and kill the fucking general. He went for it. He fucking tried. Oh man. Alright, so we've inspired the Wako Raiders as they go into the fight against the monks. And he's stuck. He can't get through that. He's stuck. So now the monks get surrounded and rout. These ones are going to rout, I think, once the balance of power goes up even more. And then the Great Guard are going to rout after that. He's trying to get around, he's still trying. He wants to get the general. Oh man. Warcry? Alright, Warcry. I like how the Great Guard are confident as they have a completely hopeless fight. Oh, Yarashigaru came back. Oh my god, yeah. Let's see how Jake does this then. I'm curious. This will be entertaining. What can he come up with? What can he do? See how he's been teased there into staying close in case he might actually get through? Just teasing him with the possibility. Yeah, this Yarashigaru is going to get caught. Wako Raiders, he's taking a charge against them. That was decent enough, but how many will they lose when they pull out? Yeah, that's it. Balance of power is too high, too much. They tried.
My lord, a glorious victory will soon be yours.
Alright, so Rebi takes game 1 of a best of 7 in the final. That's game 1. It spins wrong way. I saw it on your stream. I was just wondering because I'm considering getting it because the no faction limit for mods. I would just not get out of principle. No wait. Wacko Raiders topped the board. It's a close fight, but Rebi took it. Yeah, it costs, what, £20 for Rome Remastered? Why the fuck would a £20 decision hinge on whether modders can do something that'll make their mods a little bit better? And that is really all it comes down to, because of course Rome Total War already exists and you could buy it for like £3. For fucking like 5, 10, 15 years it's been available to buy. It's obviously a price hike of... Alright, so it was what? Let's look at this right now. Alright, so Rome Total War was available with a 66% discount, sometimes 75% discount. They took it down to $3. It was like that non-stop, and then suddenly in January of 2020, which is a year before Rome Remastered came along, all the sales just stop because Rome Remastered came along in what, March of 2021. So for like 15 months there was just no sales. They just cut them off, cut it completely, and then Rome Remastered comes along. Alright, yeah. So here it is. There's the price history of Rome Remastered. So over here it was down to $2.50, then $3.40, $3.25, then $4, and then look, it was down as low as $2.50 for a while, and then suddenly the cheapest you can get it is, what is that, £22.50? $22.50. So from $4.40 to $24, fucking absolute price hike. What the fuck? I don't give a shit how many factions modders can use. Fuck that bullshit. Yeah, see, you can fuck off with that. Fuck right off. Can't even rebind controls properly. Yeah, fuck off. And it doesn't even work on Windows 7 as well. Oh man. And they didn't tell anyone that until it was too late. I wonder why. But at least they did fix the slinger animation. So to answer your question, Stephen Hartley, yeah, they did manage to get that right. At least they did that. So, slinger animation's fixed, and modders can do something that they couldn't do before a little bit. There you go, $24, have fun. Date v Tokugawa on Bay of Many Faces. Jakey's in player 2 set. What? He's got Bay of Many Faces down to a fucking science. Gonna go ballistic when they fuck up mid to remaster, lads are gonna get fucked. I hope they fuck it up. I hope they fuck it up, and I hope they charge $200 for it, because that's what people fucking deserve. How about that? People deserve to pay $200 for Medieval 2 remastered, after Rome remastered. Imagine buying remasters of Total War games in fucking 2022 and beyond. Omega lol. Lol. He almost can't lose this. Tokugawa and Bay of Many Faces is as much Jakey's thing as Chosukabe on Evoke is yours, Poland. Alright, yeah, that sounds familiar. I remember Trips was raging in the last tournament a couple months ago. Yeah, I remember that. How could I forget that? That was Tokugawa making him rage, wasn't it? I remember there were a lot of cavalry maneuvers happening here. But I think we might switch sides, have we? I don't know. But that was some really good fights. That was some really good fighting that was happening over here on Bay of Many Faces with Jake a couple months ago. Alright, let's see what we're dealing with. Hidden mounted gunners, hidden entire army. This is all it's going to be showing, alright. Canada, are they making one? Also, Vaughn's right. They made the mobile version, so I would bet real money that Med 2 is getting remastered. Is there money to be made from doing it? Is it ostensible that money is to be made from it? If it is, then it's unlikely that they wouldn't. Why would they relinquish the opportunity to make easy money from people with no expectations and no standards, which is what they're dealing with? People would buy Medieval 2 just because it's called Definitive Edition, so people would buy it again just for that. Yari Cavalry, 3 units. General right there, holy shit, that is a hell of a forward general. Oh, he's taking the charge. Oh, he's getting caught. He didn't kill a single horse. He didn't get a single one. Holy fuck. Didn't kill a single one. Man, this has been a relatively bloodless fucking engagement here. Holy shit. Almost nothing died there. Living on the edge. Holy shit. Wait, this Yari Cavalry's down to 60. Oh, and look at this stringing out. Look at that. Oh man. Where the fuck are the mounted gunners? What the hell's going on? Oh, there's one, okay. He's got one here, but is there another one hidden, like somewhere there? Is he gonna try and let Rebi forget about mounted gunners?
Our men are running from the battlefield.
Like cavalry routed. Cavalry emerging from the trees. Oh, these are good fights. All these units emerging from the trees, they're just hidden. This is good. Matchla Kashigaru firing from the trees. No? Alright, they don't feel like it, never mind. Never mind. Rebi's playing smart. I like what I'm seeing here. No wonder he's done well in the tournament so far and made it all the way to the final. Did well in the qualifiers. Oh wait, something fired. Alright, there we go, the two mounted gunners. They're opening up. Man. Two good players in this final, with good ideas, that like taking risks and being aggressive, trying to push the game to its limits. You can definitely attest to Jake for that, with all of his desperate comeback attempts.
Hidden units, my lord! Treacherously meant to ambush us!
See how the bullets are just perfectly visible? They're not more conspicuous than they ought to be, and they're not hard to see at any point. It's just right, it's perfect. And the smoke as well. There's evidence of what they did. Oh man, all this cavalry's getting scattered. Just one unit of Great Guard left, the rest has been dismantled.
Our men
Oh,
are running from the
no, we'll see it.
battlefield.
We'll see it now.
A shameful display!
Oh man, they don't have the right line of sight here. Oh, a little bit now, a little bit, occasionally. See how punishing the line of sight is in this game. They're firing backwards. What the fuck? That was weird. Did you see that? They fired fucking backwards. That was so bizarre. I've never really seen that happen before. That was strange. That was like a glitch. There were guys at the front of the unit facing here, shooting over the heads of the guys that were there, shooting over them. The fuck? What the hell was that? That was weird. Oh, and look at this stringing out around the point. Look at the distance between the front and the back there. Alright, so Jake's taken up a position on the workshop.
Our men are running from the battlefield.
Oh, he's feeding into
Shameful
that.
display.
Yarikawa are coming around to surround here. So Jake's army is now split in half. He's dismantling the cavalry on this side. Where are the matchlocks? Have the matchlocks been routed already? Yeah, they have 10 left. They've been routed with 50 kills. If that's against cavalry, then that's not bad. Two Yareshigaru remain. Jake is going to dismantle these, I think. Even without the mounted gunners, I think he could micromanage to take these out with picking away at them with rear charges. But he might be preoccupied on this side. No dashes spreading out, getting frontage. Banzai's happening somewhere, don't know where. Oh, no charge here. Yep, there's the Banzais there, two of them here. They didn't get to charge back, and they didn't even get to charge with their Banzai because the way the unit was positioned was fucked. So that's 5 units of Nodashis that didn't even get to charge. That is so unusual. So strange. And why are these mounted gunners not killing these? He's just keeping his cavalry alive, that's all he's trying to do here. Oh man, I think Jake is just gonna try and kill this cavalry. He's gonna just ignore everything else and try and kill the cavalry. He's chasing them even. Look, he's chasing them. He's trying to get this unit of Yareshigaru to catch that unit of cavalry. He's desperate to catch the cavalry. That's all he cares
Men
about.
are fatigued, my lord.
Oh
and
man.
some must rest.
He's playing to be a pain in the ass here. He's trying to do anything he can to kill the cavalry so he can use his mounted gunners to just shoot the shit out of what's left. Wavering, routed. I wonder if Rebi's caught on that he needs to keep his cavalry alive, desperately needs to keep it all alive, that he can't afford to throw away.
The men are fatigued,
Yeah,
my lord,
he's pulling out
and
now.
some must rest.
He really will need it. 2 units of Naginata monks here as well. Full strength. Man. Yep, mounted gunners have arrived. They're going to be firing at these Yarashigaru now. Nah, pulling out, yeah. He's still got a matchlock unit. He's still got some cavalry. He's using the cavalry to take out the Nodashis and keep what remains of his army alive. He needs to loose formation them and put them in the trees.
And some must rest.
Oh man, the Great Guard are going to charge them now. We can't let that happen. This is a really difficult position for Rebi here. He's got a mostly infantry based army that looks like it's kind of dwindling a bit. And Jake has skirmishing cavalry, a decent amount of melee cavalry. I count 8 units of cavalry on Jake's side there. Where's Jake's general?
Hidden units, my lord. Treacherously meant to ambush us.
Did Jake bring a general in this fight? Did he not bring a general on purpose? What is that there? What is that? Did he not bring a general? Encouraged general nearby? He deliberately didn't bring a general because he wants a kiting army and he knows that everything relies on the mounted gunners to get the win. So he has the mounted gunners as the general because the moment the mounted gunners die, the fight's over. Oh my god. I figured out. Oh fuck. Oh my god. What the fuck's going on here though? What the fuck? He's got to get away from all this infantry. Does he have the movement dojo? Nah, there isn't one. Oh, what is all this? He's got to get away. He's dismounted his fucking Great Guard and his Yara cavalry. He's dismounted them. Oh, that's funny. I was actually thinking about this. I was thinking about this recently. How would you manage to make not having stand and fight work? How would you do it? Have a cavalry army that doesn't ever stay in one place. That doesn't have any way to use stand and fight. Have a mobile army. So it would be either Takeda with bow cavalry or Tokugawa with mounted gunners.
The men are fatigued, my lord, and some must rest.
Oh man, that's funny.
Our general is in grave danger, my lord.
Well, he's getting what he wants here. He's catching the matchlock Ashigaru if he stretches it out. A lot of movement, holy shit. He needs to maintain distance from all the infantry while finding opportunities to use the mounted gunners to fire into anything that isn't matchlocks. So he needs to go over here to this side and start firing at this stuff. Dojos currently belong to... Archery dojo is Jake's, sword dojo is Jake's, workshop is Rebi's. So that's the one dojo that Rebi has. Rebi has to get over to this dojo and sit in the trees on this side, spread out, and then prevent the mounted gunners from ever reloading. It's up to Rebi to do something here because he's only got one dojo. He has to bring the fight. Onus is on him to either attack Jake or No wait, I think he has to go for one of the dojos. He has to. He's got to pick a dojo and go for it. Jake doesn't have to do anything. Rebi has to
The men are fatigued,
push a
my
dojo.
lord, and some must rest.
So he's either got to go for the sword dojo or the archery dojo. I would go for the archery one if it was me. Because Jake can always run away from the fight and reload and then come back and keep shooting. So yeah, he's getting what he wants here, I think. He's firing. What was he shooting at there? A great guard? So he just killed, how many was that? Like 10 horses? It's really, it's a lot of value in one volley. Great guard are expensive, potent. Much like Ashigaru leading here. Rebi says bug general, by the way. I'm gonna have to ask. Bug, how? Gonna have to inquire as to what he means. He might just not. Oh. Alright, you got a good volley there into the Yara cavalry. The Naginata monks are using the opportunity to get into the melee. Nodashi's back here. It seems like they caught some. 2 units of Nodashi samurai. Yeah, they're getting fired at now. Matchlocks are still getting to shoot. Yeah, so they're going to wipe them out. Cavalry coming in to finish them. And he's quickly going to turn around now and try and fire down. He might have a shot on the general, but I don't know if he'll try and go for that. He might. I think I would if I was him. Let's see if he does. I think he's trying to. He might be trying to. He's going to go up higher and then turn around. And try again. No? Maybe? I think he wants to. It would explain why they're not shooting. Oh, he's trying to get an angle up here. Yeah, I think he does want to. He does.
The men are fatigued, my lord, and some must rest.
Alright, he's just firing into whatever he can get, it looks like. And the Great Guard are getting wiped out. Yeah. So Jake took it, he did it. Man. Oh man. General will be the last unit alive at this rate. Executing now. Some of his bodyguard are on foot and most were on horses. No. No. I don't know how that could happen. Because this is the unit, the general unit. He's got a captain instead of a general leading the army, and it's in the mounted gunners. Well, let's see if we can find him.
Our men are running from the battlefield. A shameful display.
I think it might just pick any random one of the horses to be the general, and that's how it does it. How would you manage to make no sanify work? Just kite forever. If you play a normal army, then you'll lose, but if you never rely on infantry to do anything, then you'll never need it. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm thinking. Stand and fight is really powerful though. If you were offered the chance to have stand and fight for, what is it, 400, or not have it and not pay the 400, I think everyone would pay it. Usually, it's easy value, I think. So it's really interesting to consider not doing it. That's Jake versus Rebi, game 2. So that's 1-1, isn't it? Talking about his own general. Talking about his own general. Oh, he might have been then. I thought he meant Jake's. I didn't see anything going on with Rebi's general. I just saw a stand and fight bodyguard unit doing its thing. I didn't really notice anything there. Didn't even think, because it was just so ordinary. He can say what he's thinking if there's something else going on there that I don't know about. I can always ask. To be TBT, one of the things I dislike about Shogun 2 is lack in the general units department. What do you mean there? Because that was one of the things that Rome 2 came along and did. You could pick the type of bodyguard. You had elephant bodyguards, pikeman bodyguards, all this stuff. Can check the prize pool again. £100 prize pool raised for today's tournament. Link's in the description if you want to chip in. Currently have third place decided. This is the final, so we're determining first and second place, and I think it's 1-1 at the moment. Yep, 1-1. People are getting to go factions they like. For example, Jake with Tokugawa, because everyone usually bans Oda. Oda is perceived as the strongest faction, so even though Tokugawa is strong, and it might even be the strongest faction for some people that are really used to using it, everyone is always more scared of Oda. It's always a bigger threat. The greater evil is Oda, so everyone bans the greater evil and faces the lesser evil. In my case, it's usually Oboke Gorge, fucking Chosekabe. In Jake's case, it might be Tokugawa mounted gunners on Bay Many Faces, or some other similar map that he's used to using. Because I did see Jake dictating the fight there, I think, with how he divided his army up and how he manoeuvred on the point in the middle. Oh, it's switched around. Tokugawa Takeda. Alright. Yeah, that's what I mean. It makes sense they're mounted, but variants would be nice. Yeah, I always thought that well, Avatar Conquest sort of resolves that a bit, because you can customize the bodyguard essentially, which is a first in Total War. In Avatar Conquest, you can upgrade the bodyguard to have more men in it, more armor, more melee attack, to have a bow. Like, they already had all this in Shogun 2. It's only in the context of doing classic battles and clicking to have a general that you get a little unit with 40 guys in it. Even in the campaign, there are upgrades that you can do that increase the size of the bodyguard. I don't think it's as good as it should have been though. No one ever does it, it's not strong enough. Everyone always gets stand and fight and gets, I think, Ashigaru Commander, I think it's called. It's been years since I'm just remembering this shit from years ago. But there's tech tree stuff in the... No, it's not tech tree, there's upgrades in the character tree thing that give Ashigaru morale. And that's just way stronger than having a bit of a beefier bodyguard that can do different shit. Yeah, it was very cool. Nobody plays Avatar Conquest anymore though. Yeah. Also, my absolute first experience of that was in the Third Age mod, because you would have generals like... I remember playing as Gondor in Third Age, and Faramir was a unit of Athelian Rangers that had bows, which is a first. So that was probably the first time for a lot of Total War players that bodyguards were anything other than a strong unit of cavalry. Also, Boromir was a unit of Gondor infantry, I remember that too. No, Citadel Guards, yeah. That's what it was. And then it reappears in Rome 2. So now we're going to have a case of Rebi doing Tokugawa mounted gunners. And we'll see how this goes. And it currently stands at 1-1. Looks like Jake's going for the hill more aggressively. Yeah, he's getting there first, kinda. But he's not getting the downhill charge with it. He's going for the general. Oh, he might get it. No, he's... Alright, the reaction came. Lucky. Just in time. Up. One kill. Up. Yep, just one kill. Let's see if we can find him.
Our hidden units have been discovered, my lord.
Downhill charge into matchlocks, they're gonna rout. Yeah, they're gone. Naginata monks are beside them. Great Guard going for the mounted gunners. He's not getting either though. They're just gonna get hit with the other Great Guard. And then they turn around and fuck them up. Oh man. And over here. Yeah, the mounted gunners are gonna turn this fight. Yep. You're gonna see mounted gunners turning cavalry fights. Something they can do really well.
Our men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display!
Shaken monks. Not even a fight. Steadied. Look at this blob here. 1, 2, 3, 4 units against 2. So that's 2 Nodashis and 2 Yari walls pushing into 2 Nodashis. Stand and fight from Jake, and Rebi's is coming in now too. So let's see how this goes then. And we'll see how many kills this unit gets as it pushes downhill into a fight. 30 kills with 1 loss. 40 with 2 losses. Yeah.
Shameful display!
Wavering, even though they're having a great fight in there. Oh man, 140 kills for 10 losses. Holy shit. 150 for 10. And what the fuck's going on here? Mounted gunners rear charging a blob while cavalry catches them. Firing right up until the last second. Man. Yeah, those Yarrowolves downhill pushing into developing fights. Holy shit. They don't have a shot on anything. Nope. Completely obstructed. Yeah.
Our men are running from the battlefield! A shameful display!
Seems quite even still. Mounted gunners have been sacrificed, at least one of them. Other ones over here, getting chased. That's a unit of fire cavalry with 20 men. 15 men. 22 men. Yeah, so they'll kill that, I think, unless something strange happens here. Like, see if he guard modes this unit and turns it around. It might stand and fire on the spot, and then it could... Oh, one routed. Oh, he could win this. Yep, see if he now stops and turns around. Like, if he stops down here and turns around, I think he'll actually kill all that if he gets really lucky. Oh, he might do it now. He's got to do it now. Oh, no. Oh, no. That was the chance. What the fuck? He needs this unit. They didn't even get caught, really. Killed like 1 or 2 or something. Jake has a lot of mass here. A unit of matchlocks firing into them. Running away with General. General's getting chased by monks while it runs away. What the fuck? But now Jake's just mass routing for some reason. I don't know. Did Jake's General just fucking die like 5 seconds ago? I don't even know. What the fuck happened?
My lord,
it just suddenly went to shit. What happened there? Fucking Rebi's General just running away, about to get caught, and then he wins. Oh man. Does anyone know what happened there? Did Jake's General just get sniped somehow? That was strange. I thought Jake could win that. He seemed like he had a lot of stuff. A lot of Yarashigaru left. But then he just loses out of nowhere. And that's game 3, so that's 2-1 to Rebi, I think. Yeah. So Rebi's in the lead. Alright, I'll be right back in a minute. Alright, I'm back. Going into game 4 now. So that means that Rebi is halfway to winning the best of 7. 4 games to win, and he's taken 2. Jake needs to win another 3. Fun fact, mounted range units can friendly fire themselves when shooting downhill at someone while moving. Is that because the shot hits the horse instead of the man, and the unit is coded to not friendly fire each other, but that only counts the men? Is that what causes that? Yo, let's fucking go Rebi. Yeah. Because Jake is the current 200 APM Chad Tourney champion. He won in December. So he's the reigning champion. And he's made it all the way to the final. So he's playing well consistently. But we now have an underdog that's playing really well. Playing with grit. And is giving Jake a run for his money, so let's see how this goes. This is for first place. Mori against Date, it looks like. Also, fun fact, you can friendly fire your own units with your cav if you're colliding with the enemy, and the rest of your cav also hits your own troops at the same time. Yeah, I've seen that happen. I used to think it was a physics thing, like they would get crushed. Losses debuff plus envelopment. The Rebi's general was behind the main line, plus unlucky death of the general. Yeah. I think it was a lot of things that came together at the same time there and caused that. Not sure, but it's a funny interaction observed while chasing someone with mounted gunners. Yeah. Exciting times. Yeah, it's still quite close. 2-1 is only 1 game in it. Oh man. I like the build. Yep, see when I didn't make the finals, I was thinking about what I did wrong, and I always have a pretty good idea what I did wrong. First of all, I wasn't really playing to the meta, because I know what the meta is, but also when one of the fights that I actually really did expect to win but lost, was against Rebi, where I was on a Bokeh Gorge doing my thing, and Rebi beat me on a Bokeh Gorge with a really good ambush that he set up, and something I could have easily done to have precluded being ambushed like that was just have some katana cavalry. So that was it's a really specific circumstance where katana cavalry are the best unit for the job. No other unit could have really done it and needed katana cavalry, and that's just reminding me of that right there. Because we have some here. They're hidden. That's good, I like to see that. Ah, he's not taking the charge. Alright. Oh!
Our hidden units have been discovered.
What the fuck? They just knocked over. It just knocked over like 10 of his own Kisho Ninja there. There's the thing that you were talking about there. See when you said charging, killing your own units? At the very least, they get knocked over by their own horses there because they were charging. They get fucking decked. Don't know if any of them died, but they definitely get knocked over really badly there. And now they're stuck in the fight pretty much. Yeah, 2 units stuck in the fight. And it's against Yara cavalry, so they could actually do alright in that fight in the melee. Will it be cost effective though? I don't know. Alright, there's the mass coming in.
Shameful display!
This unit of Yara cavalry won its fight. It can now move in. I think it can go in now. No wait, it's still fighting. There's a piece of the unit here fighting. He's trying to feed it in. Horses keep periodically running in. Yeah, right. He hasn't won that fight then. Now the banner's on the unit, okay. But this one can come in and decisively resolve that. Oh man, Kisho Ninja wavering. Not something you want to see. Look at how much shit is packed into this blob. This line here, look at all of this. Yeah, Reshigaru have been fed in from both sides. Nodashi is in a block here. It's a lot of Nodashis. This one is getting fucked by this building here. Man. Oh, that was a disorganized fight there, I think. He's got Nodashis that are getting fed in and blocks. It's not what you want. This one is going to get caught by cavalry. Standing fights are both down, I think.
Our men
Yep.
are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
Jake's got a unit of Naginata monks and half a Great Guard coming around the side here. Yeah, he's been routed in the middle. Core of his army's gone. It's all been set to flight. That was a fucked up fight here for Rebi. And I think that might be 2-2 if that's it. If that decides it.
Our general is in grave danger, my lord.
Dismounting in the middle of the fight. When was that? Did I miss that? I must have missed it. Yeah, that's the general getting enveloped. Oh well. War-cried general. Naginata monks routing at 120. Maybe even more than that when they actually broke. My god. These war cries are brutal. Fucking hell, terrorised the army. Like, they're trying to come back, but they're just chain routed away by the army completely breaking and the general dying. Oh man, that was formidable. Oh man, that was rough. Yeah, you called it, Sword. That was brutal. Skolsky says, I remember back in the day there was a discussion if charging units should be able to team kill. They even tried it out in Arena, the weird little free-to-play game with lots of potential ruined by the devs. Wow. Didn't think they would play around with team killing like that, actually dabble in team killing. Yeah, look at that, less than 1,000 kills. Jake versus Rebi, game 4, so that's 2-2, so it's going all the way pretty much. Going all the way. 4 games in and nothing to separate them yet. And we go into game 5 of the final. Flash game, this one, yeah, that was fast. I think a lot went wrong there for Rebi's army. His Nodashi were all on blocks and they couldn't even charge anything. That's why you have to lead with them. You really do have to lead with the Nodashis and make sure they get their charge. And then feed in the Yareshigaru. It doesn't really work to do it the other way around. Because they just charge and stop when they hit the back of your men. It's fucked. And I'm curious what you're talking about, Jesse, with the dismounting. I missed it. Game 5. Yeah, I'm especially curious because the dismount button's grayed out when you're actually in a melee in a fight, so it's hard to get a dismount to happen when there's a lot going on. Rebi dismounted the cav he threw into the ninjas. Alright. Wow. Mori v Sticky Icky, alright. Mori. So Rebi is Ikwike, Jake is Mori, alright. Been seeing Kisho ninjas in this tournament so far, which is good. And there goes Myopic Muppet with Aussie slang. Koisan Tempo, that's the irregular map, highly asymmetrical. So there's a hill on one corner, and then there's a bit of a valley. And then across from the valley, there's a gradual slope. And there's a lot of interesting fights that happen on this one. I try and make guns work when I'm on this one. I think in the December tournament, I had guns and I stretched them out. No, this was qualifiers, fuck, it wasn't streamed. But yeah, I put guns on the slope that is gradual at staggered intervals, and then I had 3 lines of guns firing at the same unit at the bottom because line of sight permitted it. It was really satisfying. I should show it when I'm actually in the fight. Jake's been ready for a while, but Rebi's deliberating on Ikwike. Don't know what you'd want to do on this map with Ikwike. Sit on the hill with lots of stuff. Try and get the melee dojo. Alright, here we go. Yeah, so that's the highest bit. You're obstructed and there's trees all around the place, and it gradually gets, it's like a convex up to there, but over here it's just gradually getting more steep. So there might be matchlock warrior monks being put over there in the trees, firing down into the bottom. And yeah, there's a dojo down here where there's no terrain advantages. It's kind of like a death trap. And then up here there's another dojo that they tend to fight over. Yeah, I had guns stretched out up to here, and they were all firing down into that, into this. And then you have this impassable bit here that bows can go on top of. And people tend to fight over this and meet here. But sometimes the fight happens in a completely different way where people try to take the high ground up here and use this dojo. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. Like, see if someone goes for the high ground here and looks like they're going to win it, the other player can just abandon that shit and just try and take this instead, just turn around and take this, and then make sure they keep this dojo. But I think the player that has this dojo controls the fight, because it's on top, it's above. But that's a better dojo at the same time, so what are they going to do? Let's see which ones they go for. Alright, Jake's going for this one, which is interesting. So he's going to guarantee this one, and then fight for that one with the morale. What's going on here though? Alright, Rebi has more ideas, which is good to see. He always does this. I like it. Makes fights interesting. Jake's using his cavalry to take the high ground here and sweep the trees, which is good. He might anticipate ninjas, possibly. And he's also sending cavalry up to take this. So he's doing both of the things that are important. So I think he's just trying, he's got bow cavalry as well, forgot to mention that, bow cavalry here. And they're firing into Naginata monks as they should. To no effect so far. It's more like it. So that's a good target. Yep, doing well. That'll be really good for Jake. Already killed a 10th of the unit. The most important 10th, the first 10th. Two units of bow cavalry combining now. And they should just keep doing that, keep firing at the Naginata monks. Because that'll free up the cavalry later on. They'll be way easier to charge now with Wako Raiders. Focus and fire into one unit, which is smart as well. He's not doing one unit for each. He's focusing. And the fight's breaking out here, so we've got Naginata monk cavalry getting the charge, so it worked. He surprised Jake's Yara cavalry. I wonder if he walked them up to get them up that far, but they got the free charge. Oh man, Rebi has perfect placement of matchlocks here. This is great. This is good. That is really good, I like that. Is he using ability? Yeah, he is. Increased range. I like that. He's getting fired upon still from the bow cavalry. He's turning around the matchlock monks. What is going on here?
Danger, my lord.
Yara cavalry catching the general while being stuck in a unit of Yara Shigaru to do it. Fucking weird. Oh man, look at that. The unit of Naginata monks is almost dead already. So the bow cavalry have combined together to almost get rid of a unit of Naginata monks already. Taken no damage themselves, but they've deleted a unit of Naginata monks. Firing at the wrong thing now. And there's another unit of monks in trouble here, wavering. Wako Raiders fighting downhill. So Jake's taking a position on the hill, in stand and fight, where the slope is aggressive as fuck. He's got bow cavalry harassing from behind, putting pressure on. He's got the bow dojo, so he can now reload whenever he wants. Matchlocks are firing up, doing their best to help. They will do damage. They're firing into Wako Raiders as well. Firing over the heads of their men. Man, it's a good fight.
Our men are running
Yep.
from the battlefield.
Doing a lot of damage, 3
Shameful
shots.
display.
And he's got lone swords as shields that he can send in anytime. That's a unit of Naginata monks that have been taken out patiently, whittled down by bow cavalry. Bow cavalry have 250 kills in total now. Now he's sending his Naginata monks down, and this is devastating. They're in the valley. Rebi does not want to be here. How the fuck did this happen? He must be wondering, because he's stuck in the valley, surrounded on both sides. Man, this is the worst possible position to find yourself in on this map, right here. He does have the morale dojo, but he's been allowed to have it, because it comes at the cost of his army being trapped in a fucking valley. Man. Bow cavalry firing down, taking out all of his highest value units. And they're buffed, but with better reload rate and free ammo. Lone swords getting charged off monks. They're not firing. Great Guard and Yara Cavalry coming in now. Alright, now they're firing. Continuing to pick away at Naginata monks. The best melee unit Rebi has. Alright, now he's dividing up his attention. He's going to charge the matchlock monks. Yeah. Good idea. So that's the matchlock monks taken down to half strength with 1 charge. Bow cavalry taking almost no damage to do that. Yep, that's the matchlock monks gone. That's good use of the bow cavalry at range and in melee. General is exposed. He's still firing at the matchlock, at the Naginata monks here.
Our entire unit has
He's just sending them in
perished, my
now.
lord.
He's trying to chain route the whole army, I think. He's just committing straight into the melee. Going for the chain route. Lone swords are broken. Yara Shigeru wavering. General's stuck in the middle of all this. Matchlocks here are the most potent threat, but they can't really do anything. They can't exactly enfilade the fight, because it's all just mixed in. Don't know if they even have a shot at this point. Not really. And Jake's general was just watching now. Yeah, that was brutal. Holy shit, just surrounded. 3 units of Yara Shigeru and they're trapped. Like at Kanai or something. Completely surrounded. Most of them are still alive in there, but there's just nothing they can do. Bow cavalry, most of them made it out alive. 300 kills, 200 kills. Going for another charge. Firing into the blob while they charge it. It's still really close. It's really close. This is the thing about Ikoike. They've got the morale dojo.
Our men are running from the battlefield. Shameful display.
These matchlock monks have 200 kills. He's going for another charge, a 3rd charge. He's trying to kill the general. He keeps trying. Oh, he's sending the general flying. Some of it at least. That may be it. He might break the general with that. It's broken, yeah. And that's it. He did it. He assassinated the general, or at the very least, whittled the unit down and then routed it. And now that's it. Man, that was close. That was closer than it should have been, I think, because I
All
thought
hope is failing, my lord. The battle is almost done.
Jake fucking outplayed him there. Like, he had him in the valley trapped. He had bow cavalry that were just destroying value with all the Naginata monks that were getting shot to pieces. It still ended up being really close. Fuck. But that was one of the best fights so far. I had a feeling it might be, because that map, there's 2 ways it can go. So that is 3-2 in a best of 7. Adrian, I should say that's a best of 7, isn't it? Best of 7. So that's 3-2 to Jake. Jake versus Rebi, game 5. 345 kills. Look at that kill death ratio of over 8. I don't see why Jake didn't use the general to nuke those matchlocks and backcharge the Romanian Yari. I nearly said that at one point. I was looking at the matchlock standing beside the dojo, and I was looking at the general stretched out into a long line just standing there, and I was thinking, why haven't they charged into the matchlocks? That would have taken them out of the fight. They wouldn't have been able to shoot. Fascinating fighting though. Interesting how that progressed. A lot of things that I liked. This could be the final fight now. If Jake wins this one, he is the winner of the tournament. Match point. This is for Jake to win 4-2, or for Rebi to pull it back to 3 each. So if Jake wins this one, he wins the tournament. If Rebi wins this one, we go to the 7th game in a best of 7. And I'll shout out the prize pool again. Alright, prize pool currently stands at £100. So 50, 30, 20 split exactly at the moment. This will be really easy to divide up. Unless we get more donations. So Rebi can't afford to lose this one. So let's see what he decides to do. Bear many faces. Date. Takeda. I wonder if the meta has perceptively changed at all over the course of the past 2 months. Are there any patterns? So far there's a lot of Takeda. That much is obvious. Every fucking fight, Takeda's involved. Almost. We've seen guns, we've seen bows, we've seen all of it. Guns, bows, cavalry, infantry. And I think we've seen all of it in this final as well. So everything's represented, which is how it should be. Bow cavalry especially has done well. Well, it's probably the highest performing unit of the tournament, bow cavalry. Every unit's gotten value, I think. Bay of many faces. I wonder if Jake picked this. I think he must have, to try and win it. So he's trying to get the 4th game now for the best of 7, so he's won. He's trying to. Jake's going for it here. As it should be. Yep, and that's without even forcing it. Like, there's not any rules regarding you must bring bows, you must bring cavalry, you must bring infantry. We put limits on how many of the same unit. So people are choosing to bring guns and bows themselves. There used to be, I think, a lot of armies that just had no ranged units whatsoever, so it was all just melee cavalry and melee infantry. But in this final, we have some of everything. Piro, Kossoro, 0.5, central midfield, hello, hello. No Dashi, Date no Dashi, Great Guards. Alright. Interesting fight. It's gonna be, I can tell. Oh man. Alright, here we go. Yarashigaru no Dashi's. Shizukataki's. Naginata monks. Alright, so Rebi's going over towards the shrine, the morale dojo. As is Jake. I was gonna say Jake's not going towards the bow dojo with anything, but now he's sending up bow cavalry. Probably gonna just try and skirmish, put pressure on. He's got a unit of monks going for the movement dojo, so he values a maneuverability advantage enough to commit a valuable unit of Naginata monks to it, while cavalry watch. I like that. He is confident in his ability, as always, to manage multiple tasks and weigh up the importance of a lot of different objectives at the same time, rationally, to get the win. It's good to see it. Multiplayer made me appreciate common units I don't otherwise use in single player, like Naginata monks. Yeah, it's interesting. Single player kinda just fucks up the game in a lot of ways. At this point, I have to just acknowledge it. It's not as bad in Shogun 2 as it is in some other games, but when you have to think about efficiency, when that becomes a priority to you, when you're just prioritized on being efficient, which is kind of cringe when you're playing Total War, because Total War single player is just playing against a dummy eye and beating up and bullying it. It's kind of cringe to care so much about efficiency that you're going to just make 20 of the same unit and stomp it. So it kind of fucks up what the games are all about in that sense. But
our hidden units have been discovered, my lord.
Even Shogun 2 suffers from that to an extent, with how it incentivizes you to well, thinking about it, if you want to be as efficient as possible in Shogun 2, you'd probably have cores of Yarashigaru and then have one of every other kind of unit pretty much around it. Oh man, they were caught. It didn't work. I tried to conceal them there. That was one of the plays that I was anticipating. Yeah, they're gonna go wiped out. they didn't really get to do anything. Alright, so Jake's pushing through the middle. He's taken the farmhouse, he's got the bow dojo, but Rebi is sitting on the shrine. Yeah, so if you want to be efficient in a lazy way in Total War games, then you would just find the unit that's the easiest to use and make like 20 of it, and then just click your way to victory. But if you want to be actually efficient and ambitious, you'd probably have like 5 Yara Shigaru, 5 Boa Shigaru, and then have one of every kind of unit. But people don't really do the actual efficient thing, they do the lazy efficient thing and just make 20 of the same kind of unit. And the campaign incentivizes that, so a lot of people get stuck doing that. Oh, they are still here? Wow. 13 Kisho Ninja bombing Nodashis. He's actually micromanaging 13 guys around to throw bombs. Man. Yeah, so what I'm getting at is that the single player kinda always encourages people to be lazy, and it gets worse and worse as you get into the more modern Total War games. They're designed... Well, the systems that they have in place push players towards being lazy and unambitious and uncreative. Especially on higher difficulties, especially with the more modern games.
Have been discovered, my lord.
Monks are getting into a fight with other monks. Cavalry are gonna just watch like vultures and see which way it goes. But Jake could commit them into this now and try and win that. And remember, Rebi has to win this, he can't afford to lose this. Otherwise, Jake takes the tournament. Great Guards, Bully and Yari cavalry. Nodashi's pushing down off the hill. And over here, Shizukatakis and Yari cavalry about to get charged off Great Guard. I think they'll win. Shizukatakis will win that.
Our men are running from the battlefield. A shameful display.
So it's just cavalry fights so far. The infantry fight hasn't yet properly broken out. Bow unit firing, so that's 2 units of bow cavalry firing into Nodashis here. Getting some collateral damage on the Yareshigaru at the front. Barely have an angle on that, it's not a good target. Jake is going to win this fight here. Great Guard have been taken out.
From the battlefield. A shameful display.
But Rebi's going to win this, I think, this small fight. Jake's pulling back up into the centre.
Our men are running from the battlefield.
Yep, so Naginata monks are going to just get blobbed hard by all that cavalry and taken out. Still got this going on, wow. They have a lot of kills, 29 kills. Alright, so we're gonna see this go on. It's gonna happen in this choke, probably.
Our entire unit has perished, my lord.
Looks like Germanic mixed unit tactics of the early current era. SP makes it priority to be efficient as possible because armies are a huge part of your economy, so if you build troll armies that you lose after a battle, you won't even grow your towns. Yeah.
Grave danger, my lord.
Yeah, you can win and still lose campaigns, so it's a different... There are different objectives there, strategic objectives. considerations. Eight guys are just being allowed to throw bombs. He's firing at them, I think. Speaking of which, you've probably been asked before 100 times, but will you resume some of your Shogun 2 campaigns?
The men are fatigued.
I've only got one that I could resume,
Some must rest.
and no plans. Oh, right, it's all breaking out now. Full charge, everything being committed. Cavalry run away up here. Doesn't look good for Rebi here. I don't know. It's close. And the cavalry fight broke out. Oh, Jake won the cavalry fight. Oh man.
Shameful display.
Yeah, I think Jake's taking this. That would make it 4-2. It's slipping away for Rebi at the moment. Even the bow cavalry are still chipping in, doing damage. While sitting on the bow dojo as well. Yeah, Jake hasn't even got Rebi hasn't even got cavalry left. The bow cavalry would be enough on their own.
Shameful display.
Yeah, that's got to be it. Shizakatake leading the charge into the rear. And that is it. 4-2 to Jake in the final of the tournament in the best of 7. And Jake is the winner. So 3rd place goes to Sword, 2nd place goes to Rebi. Hell of a good run. And Jake takes 1st place again, I think. 2 tournaments in a row now. Jake has won. Romanian Jake prevails. Playing really well. And less than 1,000 kills there, so... Yep.
Fine. This is 6, yeah.
Congratulations, Jake, you did it. You won 2 tournaments in a row.
Yep. I'm getting close to one lace record.
Going for a kill streak. Kill streak of 5, let's go. The best fanboy won. I mean, I thought that I will win this the 6th round and we're gonna end this on rice fields.
I hope it was exactly like the last tournament, like 4-2.
I guess so.
With the other guy winning in the start.
Okay, at least Jakey, you did not heroic me. And you were close like twice.
Yep.
Yeah, hell of a good run though, Rebi. Fucking hell. What was your highest placement before this tournament? Did you ever make the top 4?
He didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't make the semis before.
No. Not the semifinals, but I think last time. That was I think November when I lost against Jake the Reaper.
Yeah.
That was the first one. Like now, 2nd place, okay. Everyone was rusty, okay.
Yeah, you played well in the qualifiers, so it's no surprise that you did well in the actual finals.
The 2v2 training was probably did.
I mean, if I won against Sword, that would be like, what the shit happened? It's like literally in qualifiers, I was really close to win against Sword. Like the first round, it was literally cat and mouse because I was without Yari Yashigaru.
Yeah, good tournament, good final. Thanks for playing, and I'll get your prizes out to you as soon as possible. GG's.
Okay.
Poggy.
Poggy. Alright, that's the end of the tournament, everyone. Thanks for watching. Prize pool stands at 100 still, so any last minute donations are still welcome. I'll close the prize pool in a few days. I'll wait and then I'll close it. But that's it for the winter Shogun 2 Chad tournament. Thanks for watching. see you for the next one for the spring tournament, which should be in like 2 or 3 months. Good night, everyone. Oh yeah, should be 4-2 here, not 3-2.